Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Aerial Drone Championship Dragonfly. If this is your first day of the competition, you missed a lot of great action yesterday. Yesterday morning, the team started off with randomly selected alliances, and they've played through 170 matches of randomly selected alliances and done a lot of teamwork and a lot of scoring. So the averages and the rankings are online at the robotevents.com, and so you can see those things there, and you can see where the teams are ranked. They're also on the ranking board over in the other gym. Then we have the skills challenges, where the teams will pilot and run autonomous programs to get the highest scores possible, and those are individually. And then they have interviews and notebooks and other teamwork things too. But for now, we're ready to start match 171. So we have Aerial Wolves Foxtrot and Aerial Avengers. The visual observers are ready, the drivers are ready, and the judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go for our first match of the day. The timer's not running, so we'll need to land and reset this field. What about this field? This field is very neat in the fact that it has landing areas that are landing pads. The center of the landing pad is a bullseye. There's a landing box that you can land on. And then there are 2 arch gates. One's an under, which is the red one. The blue one's an over arch gate. You've got a blackout curtain and then 2 keyholes. Those all make up the field elements with the rollers and the balls. Teams are ready for take 2. Judges are ready for me to wait. And now the judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Now we have a timer. You hear that bugle, and that lets you know that the time has started. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. As that minute and 30 seconds ticks down, they'll be working on the pillars over here, and the pillars have big ping pong balls on top of them. And as they knock those big ping pong balls off, they get 8 points each for those. If they knock the pillar over, they don't get any points for that pillar, but they can still get the other pillars and the other balls there. At this time, you see the teams are flying back and forth gently to remove the balls from the chambers. Each chamber is 5 points, 35 points total for the 7 chambers. You see there's 3 on one side, 3 on the other side, and then there's a big chamber in the middle, which has mixed blue and red balls in them. Why are the balls blue and red, you ask? Good question. The blue balls will go to the audience's right side into the scoring zone over here for 1 point each after that big roll of the cylinder is moved. And then the red balls will go to the audience's left for 1 point each over there. When you hear that chime for the 30 seconds left, that opens up the blackout zone, the end game, and lets the teams fly through the yellow keyhole. What you can't see as an audience member is you can't see the green keyhole. When they go through the green keyhole, they then fly over the arch gate, under the red, and then over the blue, and they've completed their eclipse. They then move in the last few seconds over to the boxes and to the landing pads, just like that. They've shown you a perfect example of what the eclipse competition is. Now down to you, Ryan.
Thanks, Chris. We're back on the Fairmont State Field for match number 172. We have the PCCHS Red Barons from Hazard, Kentucky. Their partners, the Drone Boys from Hamlin, West Virginia. We've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. It looks like the Drone Boys heading to move the rollers on the near side of the field first. That's going to open up a path for them to clear out those chambers where they're starting on the red side. The Red Barons started off the pillars. It looks like the first one fell in such a way that it incapacitated the drone. So now the Drone Boys have come over to finish up the scoring in that portion. Again, these pillars worth 8 points apiece. So for the time investment, it's a very nice reward. 3 pillars scored properly there. Now the Drone Boys back to the center of the field. Just under a minute remaining. They have one chamber cleared, working on the second, and they're focusing on the red chambers, presumably because they've moved that roller out of the way. We may see them try and score these red balls into the goal on the left side. 35 seconds left. And they're going to move away from those begin to move through the keyhole gates as part of the Eclipse path. They make it through the first and the second with direction from their visual observer. Now they head back through the gates, over, under, and over to complete the total Eclipse path. 12 seconds remaining. Seems like they're going to take their time here, make sure they go for the bullseye. 5 seconds left. Visual observer waving them in as time expires. On to center stage, the A3L Federal Works field. Our pilots going through their checks here, making sure they're set up and ready to fly. We've got Prop Chop and Piggy Pilot Society. They're ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Piggy Pilot Society heading to the pillars in the back right corner. Prop Chop hovering over the blue chambers. They have one cleared. And one pillar scored with Piggy Pilot Society. Then they get two. They found an altitude they're happy with, and now they can zip around the pillars a little bit faster. 3 scored, and nearly 3 chambers cleared on the near side. They've also moved the roller out of the way, this time on the blue side, opening up access to that goal. Piggy Pilot Society, after scoring all 4 pillars, now working on the red chambers. Prop Chop has cleared out 3, almost 4, with just over 40 seconds on the clock. Chambers nearly clear, and it looks like they've moved some of those blue game pieces off into the right corner, trying to get them into that goal for points. Now Piggy Pilot Society heads up into the air. They're through the first keyhole gate, lining up with the second with their visual observer. Prop Chop has moved through the first gate as well, so both of these drones have completed a partial Eclipse path. Piggy Pilot Society hits the second gate soon after. 3 seconds left on the clock. 2, 1. I think those drones may have still been in the air when the clock hit 0. And down to the NASA Katherine Johnson INV facility field for match number 174. We've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying in blue to the back corner of the field, working on those pillars, we have Country Drones Take Me Home from Wellsburg, West Virginia. Their partners in red, Aerial Wolves Alpha, hovering over those red chambers, moving the game pieces, lining them up in front of those chamber openings so they can swoop through and push them all out to clear those chambers. Country Drones finishes all 4 pillars and now joins the party on the front half of the field as we 1 minute mark. Two, maybe 3 chambers cleared here, make it 4 now. These pilots have found their positioning to get the game pieces cleared out quickly. 35 seconds. And all of these chambers are either cleared or nearly so, as we hear our end game chime. Aerial Wolves ascend in the back left corner. They go through the first gate. And the second. Some good piloting there. Now they just have to finish out the arch gates to get credit for the complete Eclipse path. Country Drones following after. They're through both gates with 5 seconds left. Looks like one drone hit the turf upside down as part of their end game. And I think they may have completed that Eclipse path just as time expired.
And we're back at the Fairmont State Field, where we're getting ready to start qualification match 175 with the Flying Spartacles C Team and Win Pigs Fly. We've got a thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone getting up just a little bit faster than our red drone. Our red drone's in the back trying to get angled just perfectly over those pillars so that they can knock those over. We've seen a couple different methods over the last day or so trying to get those balls off that pillar. Some knock the pillar, just nudge it slightly. Others will go and hit the ball themselves, but the pilots certainly make it look a lot easier than I'm sure that it really is. The red drone now up to the front with the blue drone trying to clear those chambers out. The blue has at least one chamber cleared with one going back in. They just cleared it and has two cleared now. The center chamber is cleared. Red clearing the top two chambers too. So they've got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chambers cleared, clearing the last two, getting them 7 for 7 as they get to that 35-second mark. Red lying in wait right before that 30-second chime to let them know they can go ahead and start that eclipse. We've got red with at least a partial eclipse. Blue also with a partial eclipse. Blue's going to be happy with that partial. They're going to go ahead and try to go land on that landing pad. Looks like red's going to do the same with 10 seconds left. Let's see if they can hit that bullseye. They've got 5 seconds. Looks like blue may have gotten it. Red's pretty close. Our head referee, John's going to have to go determine whether they got the bullseye or not for the red. While over on the A3L Federal Works field, we have qualification match 176 ready to start with Team Gold and 76553. Okay, we've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making their way back to the back of the field, almost getting stuck on that guide wire. They managed to keep themselves in the air while the blue team on their way to the front of the field. They've already got that first chamber cleared on the blue side. Red has half the balls knocked off of those pillars. Now the third one. They've just got one more left. Let's see if they can do it. Looks like they almost tapped that pillar over, but they kept it standing. They're now moving up to the front of the field where they're going to start working on the red side of those chambers. Looks like they've got the first one cleared already as blue finishes off that third chamber on the blue side and moves to the center chamber. They're going to clear out all 24 balls. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job of it, clearing those out in just a second or two. One accidentally comes back into that chamber, and they accidentally blow a couple blue balls back into the blue chambers as well as they reach 35 seconds. They're going to need to get those out of there quickly so that they can keep those 5 points. There's that buzzer letting them know they can go ahead and start into that blackout zone to go into the eclipse. Both red and blue earning their partial eclipse. Blue easily making it through the green keyhole gate and going ahead and getting that total eclipse for the blue. Red struggling just a little bit to get through that green keyhole gate as they reach 8 seconds. Blue going ahead and trying to clear out that center chamber and going ahead to go over to land, maybe on the cube. Looks like they may have made it on the cube at the last second with red on the landing pad. We're going to move over to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 177, where we've got the Chichester Chi Flyers teamed up with the Aerial Arson. They're both ready, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue team makes their way back to those pillars. They're going to use that method to go ahead and start hitting those balls with their drone themselves, making sure not to touch the pillar. Very gently touching those balls off the pillar, making sure not to knock any of them over, so they'll get the full 32 points for their alliance. The red drone almost clearing all 3 chambers. They've got one left as blue starts working on that center chamber to clear all 24 balls out of it. Red finishes off that 3rd and final chamber and moves on to the red side of the chambers as blue finishes off that center chamber. Looks like blue is making their way over to the blackout screen where they're going to sit there and wait to hear that chime to get ready to go ahead and start that eclipse. Red finishing off that final chamber. Once they do, that'll be all 7 chambers cleared. That'll be another 35 points for their team. Blue with the total eclipse, easily making it through the green keyhole gate. Red doing the same thing. Looks like blue has a total eclipse. Red also with a total eclipse, still with about 13 seconds left. Both make their way over to the landing pad. Red and blue both with bullseyes and still with 5 seconds left on the clock. Looks like that's where they're going to sit. We'll go back over to the Fairmont field to you, Chris.
All right, looking here at match 178, we have Fluco Engineering 1 and Galaxy Drones. Servers, are you ready? All right. Pilots and co-pilots are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Fly. Quick into the air. And part of what it takes is knowing those controls and getting that thing ready to launch as soon as that sound goes off. And then they'll split up and work on the chambers and the towers. 8, 16, 24, 32 for the towers. 5, 10, 15 added to that. For the chambers, blue balls and red balls. You see they rolled the cylinder back. They've got some balls moving across left to right and right to left. Those are 1-point balls as they go into the big squares scoring bonus area. There we have 1, 2, 3 blue ones that are scored as individual points. Crash there. Not a bad crash. A bad crash leads you upside down, which is non-recoverable, but that is recoverable. They can go back up. Land the drones. Land, please. Land your drones. Land your drones. Land your drones. You're landing. This match has a error. TM error. We're going to have to reset this and redo this from the start. It's a computer problem. Let me take this minute here to thank all of the judges, all of the volunteer photographers and cuers and computer runners and everybody who is playing a part in making this happen. It takes a lot of volunteers to make it happen. And the people you don't see are judging notebook, interviews, and they're making it all happen back there. So make sure you thank them when you see them. Tell them how appreciative you are, and give them a thumbs up. Our head referee, John Holbrook, is not just our aerial drone competition head referee. He's also our head referee and does a lot of refereeing for the Worlds competition every year. So he is the top of the list, the best of the best when it comes to reffing. It looks to me like we've not just lost one monitor. It looks like we lost all monitors and maybe power to the whole system. The big projectors are out. The small timers are out. Very interesting. This would be a great time for me to tell you about Alliance selection this afternoon. After lunch, when we finish up all of our matches that are qualifying matches, we will then have a time where we have Alliance selection. And what will happen in Alliance selection is they'll roll call all the teams. They'll get one representative, maybe each team's team captain, to come up and represent the team and make choices for that team. And the first choice of the day to the team that is ranked number 1 at the end of the qualifying. That first place ranked team will get to choose from all the other teams in participation here for their alliance partner for the rest of the day. And then the next highest ranked team will choose their partner, and on down through the line until we have 10 alliances. And those alliances will compete for the rest of the day. Those alliances will compete in each do one round, and then they'll take the top teams from there that will move on to the next round. They'll take the top teams from that round and move on to the next round, and then the finals round. So those teams will compete several times, and the top teams will move on, and the teams in the bottom half will be done. And so that's how we find the teamwork champion for the day and for the competition for the season. And it's great because those teams will get to do several rounds together and get to do some time where they are figuring out each other's strengths and where they can help each other out and getting that teamwork activity done. So apparently everybody who's in line over at the skills field is for practice. And so if you have not done a skills run and gotten an official score on your skills run, now's a great time to do that. Let's say you've only got one run in and you want to improve on that. It's a great time to do that too. The great thing about those skills runs is you can give it a try, see what you need to adjust, make adjustments, and then you can go back and fix that. For the flight skills and piloting skills, you get multiple chances of that to go over and to run through that. When you do those, you go through each obstacle in order, and then you break out of that order to land to get your total for that. When you do the autonomous, you program your drone to go through in any order you choose, and then you can land that there for autonomous skills and a driver skills, and you put those two skills scores together, and that's how we'll get our skills champion for the entire. The autonomous part of that does contain a color landing pad section, and they roll a dice to see which combination of mats they put at the start and the end of the autonomous course to run that, and they can see what color those are as the vision sensors on the bottom of the drones change to match those colors. Looks like we have power. Speaking of power, if you have a cell phone signal, you can send a message to people back home and say, hey, hop on Twitch TV. Twitch TV is an app that you can download from the Play Store or the Apple Store, and you can go to WV Robot, and this entire competition is being streamed live at WV Robot at Twitch TV. So it's a good place to watch. You can share that. People who can't make it here to beautiful Fairmont, West Virginia can sit at home, and they can watch from the front row on their couch. I've got a TM thumbs up from tournament manager. Yep. John's headed back this way, and he's going to check with these teams and make sure they're ready, and then we'll get underway. Visual observers, pilots ready, judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go! This is take 2 of 178. When we had our power figure there, we got everything going back again though. And these are working on towers. Fluco Engineering 1 has got 32 points there already for the towers. They're going to head over, move the cylinder out of the way so that they can roll the balls past the cylinder into the 1-point zone. Meanwhile, Galaxy Drones has 2 of their chambers. Blue chambers cleaned out. All 3 of the left side chambers from my angle, right side from the audiences. They run all the balls across there and have 2 balls in the 1-point goal. Finish up clearing out that chamber. 35 seconds left. They've got a few more seconds before they can even go back to the in-game and do the blackout curtain. They both completed partial eclipses. Blue drone completed a total eclipse. And they're trying to use as much of the time before that buzzer to get as best score as possible. Match 179, Drone Masters from Edison, New Jersey, and the Flying Spartacles from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts, together in 179. Got thumbs up from visual observers, thumbs up from pilots, co-pilots, judges, thumbs up. 3, 2, 1, go fly! Drone Masters moving carefully, keeping their elevation up as they remove 2 of the balls from the pillars. 3, 4 for 4, 32 points. Flying Spartacles already cleared 3 chambers, working on the next 3 chambers, making that nice and easy for the Drone Masters. Spartacles, great job with those balls in the chambers. They've got 5 seconds to hang out and wait before they do anything else. They're a perfect match so far. And now the end game is open. They can go behind the blackout curtain, through the yellow keyhole, using their visual observers to line up, and they can go through the green keyhole. Remember, if you're in the audience and you can see that green keyhole, from where the drivers stand, they can't see anything of that green keyhole. And they've got to communicate on where they go through that. Then they look at the time left and decide, am I going for a total eclipse, or am I going to stick for the partial eclipse? And am I going to stick a landing? Is the landing going to count? I don't think the red is. But the blue's on a bullseye. On the far right side of the gym in the Kathleen Johnson IV and V facility, we have indecisive Delta Flyers. They are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! The bugle sounds. The drones are in the air. Delta Flyers working on the towers. A little bit of bobble there, but not near enough to move that pillar over upside down, which is good. We want those pillars standing up. 32 points there, Delta Flyers. Indecisive, being very decisive about how to fly and how to remove all those balls from the chambers. They've got 3 chambers, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30. $35. It's a perfect match so far. They've scored as many as they can without moving the cylinders. They're working on now lining up to get through the eclipse paths. Red's got a total eclipse, and they're going to go find their landing pad. It looks like they're lining up for the cube. Total eclipse for the blue also, with 2 landings on the cube. What a great match that was. They made it look easy.
All right, we're back on the Fairmont State Field, match number 181. Pilots going through their final checks. And they're ready to fly. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying in red, the Firebolts from Edison, New Jersey. They're going to head straight to the chambers. Their partners, the Flying Ninja Nuggets from North Sutton, New Hampshire, working on the pillars. They score the first one there. And teams need to knock the balls off the top, as they've done twice here, and leave the pillars standing to get points. Just over a minute remaining. Firebolts, they've cleaned out 2 chambers, nearly have the third. And there goes the third pillar. Firebolts, they've cleared out 4 of the 7 chambers now, as the 4th pillar takes a tumble. And the Firebolts move to the left side of the field, working on the red chambers now. Only 3 remaining. 35 seconds. Here comes our chime. Now that we're under the 30-second mark, teams can begin following the eclipse path in the back left corner of the field. Firebolts quickly going through the first keyhole gate and second, with help from their visual observer. The pilots cannot see when their drone's back behind that curtain. And the Firebolts complete the circuit and head to a landing pad. The Ninja Nuggets already parked on the blue pad. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. All right, folks, as we get ready for our next match, we have a few announcements about the Dragonfly drone. First, the display drone in the back of the gym. That's going to be heading out at noon today. So be sure to check that out, get your selfies, interact with the AR enhanced QR code activity they have back there. So that heads out at noon. At 10:30 and 11:30 out on the quad, there will be some drone demonstrations. So if you're not in a match, be sure to go check those out. Again, 10:30 and 11:30 demonstrations outside, and the display drone goes away at noon. All right, getting set up on A3L Federal Works Field, we have the Sky Strikers from Edison, New Jersey. Their partners, Hermes from Morgantown, West Virginia. Our pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Sky Strikers swooping towards the pillars. Hermes lining up over the red chambers to start the match. One pillar scored, one chamber cleared, almost simultaneous. Sky Strikers, though, moving quickly from pillar to pillar now. They found an alignment that works for them, and they score all 4. Now they're going to join Hermes on the near side of the field, working on those chambers with 1 minute on the clock. 2 chambers are cleared over on the left-hand side, and Hermes is lining up those red balls to score the last one. In the meantime, Sky Strikers, they've cleared 1, make it 2 for blue. These drones working collaboratively to try and maximize their score. 35 seconds left, and we have 6 chambers cleared. Only the one in the center is left, and they've nearly got that as well. There they go. Both drones flying very close to each other. Some careful piloting there as the drones line up to head through the keyhole gates. Hermes is through the first one first. Sky Strikers follow quickly after. now taking direction from their visual observers to get through the second. It's like both of them have completed partials at least. Under 10 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. And we're on to the NASA IV&V field for match number 183. Riverside Rad A flying in blue, Lincoln County High School in red. They're ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Lincoln County High School heads to the near side of the field. They're moving the roller out of the way on the blue side first. That will give them access to the blue goal later. Now they work on clearing out that chamber. Riverside Rad A scores the first pillar in the back right corner and quickly move their way around to the second. There's the third. Now orbiting around the fourth. And they have it. 32 points secured for this alliance as we reach 1 minute remaining. Lincoln County High School nearly clears out their third chamber on the blue side, and Riverside Rad A now working on the red side. Lincoln County High School now, they moved that roller earlier, and they're going to shuttle some of those game pieces off to the right side of the field, trying to get them into the goal for 1 point apiece. Now they swoop back to the center of the field as we hear our 30-second chime to clear out the central chamber. Riverside Rad, they make it through the first keyhole gate quickly, now lining up for the second with their visual observer. Lincoln County High School still focusing on the chambers on the near side of the field. Lincoln County High School now under 10 seconds. They're going to go through the first keyhole gate to get a partial path. 3 seconds, both drones trying to land on the bullseye as time expires.
Back over on the Fairmont State Field where we've got qualification match 184 with Aerial Aces teamed up with Airbank 1. We've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way to those blue chambers. Looks like they've quickly cleared out that first chamber. Our red drone using their drone to knock those balls straight off of those pillars. They've got the first pillar done. Second pillar done. They've only got 2 more left to go. Let's see if they can do it without knocking those pillars over. For that last pillar, they decided to touch that pillar just gently and knock it off, but they managed to keep all 4 standing straight. They'll get 32 points. They're now up front with their partner, clearing those red chambers. Blue clearing that center chamber, and all 3 of the blue, while red works on red chambers. They've got the first one. Looks like they've got 1 ball still stuck up in that top chamber. Blue making their way over to help them out, getting that final ball out of that top chamber. They're at 35 seconds now. Red making their way over to that blackout screen to get ready as blue finishes off, clearing off those red chambers. With all 7 chambers cleared, that's another 35 points. Red quickly with the partial, going through that green keyhole gate very easily to finish off and get that total eclipse. Blue making their way through the green keyhole gate as well. They've got 10 seconds left. Let's see if they can get through those arch gates and go for the total as well. We've got red on their landing pad, blue on their landing pad with 2 seconds left. Looks like they may also have a bullseye. As we move on to the A3L Federal Works Field for qualification match 185, where we have the Flying Pigs and North Marion Aerial Drone Team M teamed up. They're giving us the thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got the blue drone. They're going to go ahead and make their way up front. Looks like they're going to start with that first chamber in the front, clear those out to keep them from bunching up. Looks like that's a pretty smart move on their half. They're going to clear those first chambers in the front and then move their way up to the top part of those chambers, getting them out so they don't bunch up in that bottom half. as the red drone in the back finishes off the last pillar, leaving all 4 of them standing. They're going to move to the front and start working on those red chambers. Our blue drone finishing off the last few balls, clearing those completely out. All 3 blue chambers are now cleared. They still have plenty of time with 40 seconds left on the clock. They finish off that center chamber. Blue now making their way over to try to move that roller, accidentally blowing some of those balls back up into that blue chamber. As red finishes off that final chamber, they hear that buzzer letting them know they can start their eclipse. Blue easily making it through with a partial, accidentally hitting that keyhole gate, using their visual observers to help them through that green keyhole gate. Green or blue or the red drone already making their way over to the landing pad. Looks like they may have a bullseye. Blue as well on the landing pad also looks like a bullseye. And there's the end of the match as we move on to the Katherine Johnson field for match 186, where we have the Arsonists teamed up with Aries. We've got thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone, they're going to go ahead and move that roller out of the way and get it moved so they can go ahead and push those balls out of those chambers. While our blue drone in the back, looks like they're going to go ahead and hit those balls right off those pillars. Looks like they may be having just a little bit of trouble with the second pillar, trying to get it lined up just right. They've got half of them done. They're still standing. They're doing pretty good so far. They reach that last pillar. All 4 of them left standing. They're going to move up to the front and start working on those red chambers as the red drone finishes off the final 3rd chamber for the blue. Red blowing some of those balls over into that goal area. That'll score them a couple of extra points as they blow several of those blue into the goal. That'll get multiple points for their team. Red's going to finish it off with 35 seconds, trying to clear the last of those red out of those red chambers with 30-second buzzer. The red drone clears out that center chamber. Both drones moving their way to the eclipse zone. Both drones with a partial eclipse. Blue making their way through the green keyhole gate, but getting stuck. Red coming back. Red getting tangled up in that green keyhole gate, shooting back out of the field. As we end the match, neither one able to land, but they did an excellent job in front of that field getting those chambers cleared. Back to you, Chris.
We call those the thingy thing, when they move the cylinder and they move the balls across and put them in the 1-point goal. It's the thingy thing. And you've got to have a little extra time to do the thingy thing, which means you can do everything else just about perfect. Match 187, we're going to see how River Valley Rads and Piggy Pilot Society do. Looks like their drones are ready. Their thumbs are up. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! 3619 from Charlottesville, Virginia. Piggy Pilot Society working on those towers. Uh-oh. They bumped the ball from the top. The sensor on the bottom of the drone sensed it hit the ground, and it flipped over upside down. And that is unfortunate. It's a disaster for them, but it's also tough on their alliance partner. Their alliance partner, the River Valley Brads from Springville, Vermont, is working on the chambers and going to try to put up as high as points as they can just by themselves. Sometimes in this situation, they choose to work on all the chambers. Sometimes they choose to come over and do the towers and finish the towers up. Always important that they get a full eclipse and a good landing to minimize that damage from the crash drone. 30 seconds left. It does open up the blackout area of the competition field. Lets him fly behind there. The visual observer's got to make it through. They're way outside the field perimeter, though, and they get back in as the head referee, John, reminds him to get back into play. They do fly over the center of the field there where the red and the blue arch gates come together. And then in the last 6 seconds, they take a nice landing right on the red cube. center stage on the A3L Federal Works field. Thank them for their sponsorship. NASA, Johns Hopkins University, Parker Solar Probe, and the Dragonfly project. Fairmont State University, Kathleen Johnson Independent Verification and Validation Facility. All of our sponsors for the Mission 2024 Eclipse. Fluco Engineering 2 and Team Pluto ready. Judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly. They're quick in the air as Team Pluto from Morgantown, West Virginia heads over to the towers, working on the balls on top of the towers for 8, 16, 24, 32. A little bit of bump on that tower, but not a problem. It does not fall over, so they get full points for those. Now they're going to work on the chambers. Keeping all the balls on one side of that drone is important because they want to keep them all moving the same way. They don't want to send any balls back into the other chambers. They have to have each chamber completely cleared of all the balls to get any points. So if they left one ball in each chamber, it'd be no points, but they've got them all cleared out of 1, 2, 3, 4 chambers. With 45 seconds left, they're in plenty of time here, sitting well. It looks like they're not going to try the thingy with the cylinders and the 1 point spots, but they're going to remove those. 22 seconds left. There's plenty of time to fly the total eclipse and land. A little bit of trouble there for the Morgantown Team Pluto. Did get taken off again, but they did not get a landing or any extra points out of that. But important to practice all the landings, takeoffs, quick landings, quick adjustments back and forth, all those things that make up a great run. On field 3, Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility, we have Queen Team and Elite Panthers. Elite Panthers from DuPont Middle School in Malden, West Virginia is our 50113B team, and they're paired up with 61736E Queen team from Edison, New Jersey. The observers and pilots are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go flight. Panthers get a little too low on that one with their elevation, and they knock over the first tower. Still with an opportunity for 24 points out of the towers, though. They get 8. 16. 24. They've got them. As they traverse the field over towards the chambers. Communicating with their visual observer that they're having some problem with the altitude on the drone. So they had a couple of switches in strategy there in the middle. They were going to help each other out, and then as the blackout area opened up, they said, nope, we're going to go for the high points. They did make it through the green keyhole gate. And they've got 2 drones on the landing pad.
And we're back on Fairmont State Field for match number 190. We're going to play through 290 in our qualification matches today. So we have just 100 qualification matches to go. Just, yes. And we'll play 17 finals matches. All right, thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. On the near side of the field, we've got Aerial Wolves Charlie. They're working on those chambers. Their partners, the Flying Top Hats of North Sutton, New Hampshire, in the back right corner, approaching the pillars. They've found the altitude they want, and the first pillar is scored. 1 chamber clear on the near side of the field. That's 2 pillars down. Just over a minute remaining, and there's number 3. All 4 pillars scored. Now the Flying Top Hats are joining Aerial Wolves Charlie on the near side of the field. 2 chambers cleared and 2 more nearly cleared. "40 seconds. Our visual observers keeping an eye on that clock for their pilots. And there is our game time. Looks like Aerial Wolves pull away from the chambers first. They zip through the first keyhole gate and then make it through the second. Flying Top Hats following closely behind, just under 20 seconds. And it looks like we have a total eclipse for Aerial Wolves. Flying Top Hats, just under 10 now. They make it through the second gate. 5 seconds. They're going for the rest of the eclipse. It looks like 3, 2, 1. And we're on to A3L Federal Works Field. Looks like our pilots are getting set up here for match number 191. In the meantime, just a reminder, folks, to check out our wonderful friends in the back of the gym, in addition to the Dragonfly team. There's some t-shirts for sale. We've got booths set up from Fairmont State and the Department of Defense, I believe, there in the blue. And for any of our graduating seniors in the class of 2024, check out the REC Foundation Alumni Association booth. Sign up for that. You'll get a tassel. For more information on the stream, check out recf.org/alumni. All right, John's telling me we got to start this match. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. On the near side of the field, IRHS Drone Team 3 from Frankfort, Delaware, hovering over the chambers, starting to line up those balls in front of the opening so they can quickly score them later. 75 seconds on the clock, and the first pillar gets scored by the Flying Spartacles B from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts. There they have 3 pillars, and here comes the 4th, I suspect. Actually made contact. There they have it off. All 4 pillars scored, and 2 chambers cleared now. IRHS Drone Team 3. Capitalizing on the work they put in earlier. Once they get the game pieces aligned, they're able to score them quickly out of the chambers. 3, nearly 4 of those scored now as the Flying Spartacles have joined their teammates on this portion of the field. Looks like IRHS is going to ascend to the eclipse path first. They make it through the first keyhole gate. Now their visual observer trying to direct their pilots, flying without the ability to see this portion of the zone. Both drones now have made it through the first gate as we reach the 10-second mark. IRHS, they're going to land. 5 seconds now. 2 gates for the blue drone as time expires. And we're back to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. Pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. In red, we have Imperials from Selbyville, Delaware. Their partners Bill and the Boys from West Grove, Pennsylvania. Bill and the Boys working on the chambers first. They've shown to be very quick at that portion of the game in their previous matches. Speaking of quickness, Imperials has cleared off 3 pillars already, and they're lined up for the 4th. 3 chambers cleared on the near side by Bill and the Boys, and there goes the 4th pillar and the 4th chamber. Bill and the Boys, they're just going to keep on working on the blue side now. Imperials hovering in place, preparing for the end game, I believe. No, they're coming in to move a roller here for red. They're going to keep the chamber clear as they do. 35 seconds, and all 7 chambers are cleared. Here comes the chime. We're under 30 seconds. Bill and the Boys make it through the first gate. Bounce off the second. Imperials through the first one as well. The Imperials, they're going to cut back. They're going to take some extra time to land. They'll take the partial eclipse path. Bill and the Boys make it through the second gate. Now completing their path. Just under 15 seconds. Both drones going for the bullseye in the center of those landing pads. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Qualification match 193 over on the Fairmont State Field. We have Apogee and team number 5 teamed up. They're giving us a thumbs up. So we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way to the back to start working on those pillars. As our red drone moves their way to the front, they're going to go ahead and start clearing those chambers out on that blue side. Our blue drone drops to the ground, but makes their way quickly back up and removes one of those balls off of the pillar. They've got half of them done now, using their drone to gently knock them off. They've got one last one left to go. Let's see if they can do it with keeping that pillar standing, and they've done it successfully as they move to the front of the field to go start helping their alliance partner out by removing those red balls out of those chambers. Looks like our red drone has almost all of those chambers completely clear. They accidentally blow one back into that center chamber, but quickly remove it as we get to about 40 seconds left on the clock. Looks like our red drone has that roller moved out of the way and is trying to put some of those balls into that goal, but has decided to move over close to the blackout screen and go ahead and work on those eclipses. Both our drones have partial eclipses. Our red is through the green keyhole gate, going ahead and moving on to try to get that total eclipse. They have a total eclipse. Blue also through the green keyhole gate with 13 seconds left, working on their total eclipse as well, and they have done it successfully. Red already on the landing pad. Blue making their way across the landing pad with 3 seconds left. 2, 1, and they make it on the landing pad as well. Looks like both may have a bullseye. We're moving on to the A3L Federal Works Field for qualification match 194, where we have Drone Boys teamed up with River Valley Rads. They've given us a thumbs up, letting us know they're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone making it quickly up into the air. I believe that red drone is being flown by the Drone Boys. While our blue drone goes ahead and makes their way up to the front of the field, they're going to go ahead and get that roller out of the way. Both rollers out of the way, in fact, before they start working on those chambers. Our red drone has 3 of the 4 balls removed. Looks like they're going to gently tap that roller, or that green foam roller, as they move up to the front. Looks like they've got all those pillars standing for that full 32 points. They're up in the front of the field now, helping out their alliance partner. We've got at least 2 chambers cleared on the red side. We've got almost 2 chambers cleared on the blue side. They just had 1 more left to remove, and they've done it. Looks like our blue drone trying to get some of those balls over into the red goal. Our red drone still fighting with that final chamber. Finally get those out as they hear that buzzer to let them know they can go ahead and start working on those eclipses. Our blue drone trying to get lined up perfectly, having a little bit of trouble with that blackout screen, but they make it through. Red also same way, both with at least a partial. Blue fighting with that green keyhole gate, but they make it through. Blue making their way under the red arch. They're over the blue. They cut it really, really close, so we'll see if they're going to get the total eclipse for that one. That one's going to be up to our head referee. All right, for qualification match 195 on the Katherine Johnson field, we're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got the Chichester Iron Eagles teamed up with Lincoln County High School Team X. Looks like the Iron Eagles are working on the back pillars, gently using that drone to knock those balls off the pillars without moving the pillars at all. Almost knocking over that last pillar, but they managed to keep it standing. While up in the front, our blue drone, Lincoln County High School, working on those red balls in those chambers. They've got almost all of them completely cleared. They've got that last one. They still have plenty of time with 50 seconds left on the clock. Our red drone, looks like they have just a couple balls left in each of the blue chambers left to clear out. As our blue drone completes all 3 of the red chambers, clearing those out with 35 seconds left on the clock. Looks like they're going to try to push a couple of those into that red gold. Not quite making it. They tried, but they're going to go ahead and move over to that eclipse zone. We've got blue with a partial. We've got red with a partial. Blue making it look easy going through that green keyhole. They're under the arch, swinging out wide to go over the blue arch. They've got a total. Red's got a total. Both making their way with 5 seconds left on the clock to those landing pads. Looks like red may have a bullseye with 1 second left on the clock. Back to the Fairmont State Field.
Here we go on the left side of the gym of the Fairmont State University field. We have Chichester Iron Eagles. That's not right. Yes, we are good now. It is Aerial Wolves Foxtrot and Country Drone. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Quick in the air, avoiding the trip line across the bottom of the arch gates. Country Drones Take Me Home, working on the towers. And about 10 seconds to do that is fantastic. Now both teams working on the chambers, 5 points per. They'll move those balls back and forth and keep all the balls on one side of the drone, getting those chambers emptied out for 5 points each. Aerial Wolves Foxtrot from Woodbridge, Virginia is the red drone in this match. Country Drones Take Me Home from Wellsburg, West Virginia, Brooke High School, the blue drone. They've got 45 seconds left, and it's a perfect match so far. Let's see if they do the thingy. The thingy moves the cylinder back, moves balls in front of the cylinder, and then puts 3 of them in the 1 point zone. They've got some balls on the red side, too, they can move through. They're going to go ahead and head for the blackout curtain for the end game. They're going to work on getting through the keyhole gates. A little problem there behind the blackout curtain. Andrew scores a couple more red balls and then adjusts his drone into the bullseye. And we're ready on the center field. A3L Federal Works. Teams ready. Judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly. The blue drone's driving around in circles there. It looks like a propeller's in the wrong spot, but I don't know what's going on with that. They can't touch it. It's moved. They've got some trouble with the Mavericks. And their alliance is going to have to work on those chambers by themselves and minimize that damage from having one drone. They can still try to take off again, see what they can get. They can get it to limp over to the landing pad, maybe for a landing, but it's not flying quite right over there. Sometimes a little hair or a piece of dirt gets caught underneath the propeller, and it looks like they might have lost the propeller altogether there on that back side of the drone. Hard teamwork challenge, and there's one drone operational. They are going to try to go through the and they get a landing. NASA Field. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3 judges are ready. Judges are ready? Are my judges ready? There they are. 3, 2, 1, go! Nice takeoff. The Bacon drones are working on the blue. And they get the first chamber clear. The Vikings B working on the towers. A little touch there, which is good. And a full 32 points for the Vikings B. They land or have touched down in center field there. They're trying to get it started back up, get it in the air. There they go. Now they can help out with the chambers. 40 seconds left in this match. That chime lets you know that the blackout area, the end game, is open. They're going to leave those 3 chambers with balls in them and head for the points for the blackout. They've made it through the keyholes.
And we're back on the Fairmont State Field. Just keep flying from Morgantown, West Virginia. Their partners, the Hornets from Orange, Virginia. All right, thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Just keep flying, heading to the pillars in the back corner of the field. The Hornets clearing out that first chamber quickly for blue. Say on blue. 2 pillars down for just keep flying. There's the third and the fourth. Under 20 seconds on the pillars there. And now both drones in the front third of the field working on those chambers. Hornets have 2 clear, lining up for the third. Just keep flying, lining things up. I think they have 1 clear from my angle. And now 2 as well. Both drones working on this third chamber. That tends to be the hardest one because all of those game pieces from the previous chambers have accumulated. Now all 7 are clear, and both drones lining up, waiting for that chime. There it is. Just Keep Flying goes through the first gate and the second. Hornets get the first. Going to try that one again. Plenty of time, over 15 seconds. Just Keep Flying, trying to line up on that bullseye. They've touched down, but they're going to realign. And now Hornets are coming over to join them. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Next up, A3L Federal Works Field. Teams are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying in red. Over to the Chamber's first PCCHS, Red Barons. They've cleared out the first one, and while I've been talking, the Tech Titans of Edison, New Jersey, a 15-second pillar clear in the back side of the field. Over a minute remaining. All the pillars are done. 3 chambers cleared out. And they are making short work of the remainder. Only a few balls left in these chambers. 45 seconds. And the Red Barons, they've made a path over to the red goal. They're going to score quite a few in there. 40 seconds, all the chambers are clear. And it looks like that roller has moved back into position blocking the goal. There is the 30-second chime. Tech Titans come through the gate first. And they're through the second as well. Red Barons following soon after. They made it through the first. Their visual observer trying to bring them back into the field. While they do, Tech Titans going for a landing on the cube. More than 10 seconds. Red Barons drop into the bullseye. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1, and they make it. And we're over to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. Mockingjays and Flight Club lined up, and they are ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Mockingjays heading towards the pillar. Flight Club, I think they had some sort of issue there. Their drone flipped into one of the chambers. They're upside down. I don't think they're going to get back into the air for this one. 75 seconds left. Mockingjays still focusing on those pillars. 3 of them scored. And there's the 4th. Now they head to the near side, trying to clear out those chambers. Plenty of time on the clock. 1 cleared out. Lining up on the second. Just 1 game piece to go. And they have it. 45 seconds. Good progress on the third. They're lined up. 1 more push could do it. And they've got it. 3 chambers cleared. Just over 30 seconds left. Chime incoming. There it is. They're going to get that 4th chamber almost emptied out. Now they're going to spend some time following the eclipse path. "15 seconds. They get through the first gate. That's going to be partial credit. They're going to spend the remaining 5 seconds trying to land in that bullseye. 3, 2, 1. The crowd thinks they get it, but that was a close finish.
On the Fairmont field for qualification match 202, we have the Winged Warriors teamed up with the Hyperdrones. They're giving us a thumbs up to let them know that we're ready to fly. In 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone made their way to the front of the field where they're going to go ahead and start working on those chambers. Our red drone in the back trying to get low enough so that they can hit those balls off those pillars without knocking those pillars over. accidentally knocking one of those balls off on top of the drone, but they managed to keep the pillar standing. They're going after that second pillar. They've got half of them done. Our blue drone in the front of the field has at least one of those chambers cleared, as our red drone in the back knocks off that final ball and keeps all 4 pillars standing. They're going to move to the front of the field and start working on those red chambers. Our blue drone has just 2 more balls left to clear out of that third and final chamber before they move on to work on that center chamber. They're going to clear all 24 balls out. Our red drone has 2 chambers cleared on the red side. They've just got 1 more chamber left to clear, and that will be 7 for 7. They're 2 seconds away from the 30-second chime. There they hear it. Blue going ahead and working on their eclipse as the red tries to finish clearing that 7th chamber. Blue trying to get through that green keyhole gate. They've already got the partial eclipse. Red drone still trying to finish clearing that final chamber before they make their way over to do the eclipse with 10 seconds left. They got their partial. They're going to go ahead and be happy with that partial and try to land on that landing pad with 2 seconds left. Blue not quite making the landing, but red seems to have done it. On the A3L Federal Field, we have qualification match 203. They've given us a thumbs up. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We have Aerial Wolves Alpha teamed up with the Bandits. Our blue drone in the back trying to get those balls off those pillars. We've got 1 off. We've got the second one off. The red drone, their alliance, up in the front, already has 1 chamber cleared on the blue side. We've got 1 final ball off that 4th pillar. They'll get the full 32 points for those pillars as they move to the front to start working on those red chambers. We've got 1 final blue chamber left to clear. As our blue drone clears the 2nd chamber, our red drone's going to finish clearing out that center. So we've got 1 last chamber to clear on the red side. Our red drone is going to go ahead and move that roller out of the way as blue makes their way with 35 seconds left. They're waiting in front of that blackout screen. Red pushing some of those balls over into the goal area, not scoring any, but accidentally pushing some back into one of those chambers. Looks like blue has a partial eclipse. Red coming over to the eclipse. Blue getting caught up in that keyhole as the red drone makes their partial eclipse. With 10 seconds left, they make it easy coming through that green keyhole gate. They've got 5 seconds left, and they've got a total eclipse with 1 second left. Not quite making it onto any of the landings, but they did get that total eclipse. On the Katherine Johnson Field for match 204, we've got a thumbs up ready to go, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got Airbank 1 teamed up with the Flying Spartacles. They're going to go ahead and hit some of those pillars, almost knocking that first pillar over, but it still remains standing. They're being just a little bit more gentler. Looks like we've got 1 pillar down, so they'll at least not get the 8 points for that one, but they'll get the other 8 points for the other 3. Our red drone in the front looks like they've got at least 2 of the blue chambers cleared as the blue drone starts working on the red. Blue finishes off that final blue chamber and moves on to that center chamber. Blue quickly clearing the red chambers. Looks like they got the last red chamber left to clear as red's going to go over and move that heavy roller out of the way. They're at 33 seconds left on the clock. There's that buzzer letting them know they can start working on that eclipse. The blue drone still has about 5 or 6 balls left in that last chamber to clear as red gets the partial eclipse. They've got 15 seconds left. Blue trying to finish off clearing that chamber. Red making it through the green keyhole gate with 8 seconds left. Now 5. Going over with the total. They're going to try to get that landing. Doesn't look like they quite made the landing for the red drone, but the blue seems to have made it onto the landing pad.
Meanwhile, down here at the Fairmont State University field, we're getting ready for match 205. Ariel Arson and Lincoln County High School. If you're wondering about the landing pads and the landing areas, they are 5, 10, 15. Just for being on the big round landing pads, 5. If you're on the small cube, it's 10. And in the center bullseye of the landing pads, 15. So that's how they get those scores for that. Our judges are ready. Our teams are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Minute and 30 seconds on the clock as it's counting down. They move the roller, so that opens up that path to the one-pointers. Ariel Arson working on the touches there to remove the balls from the top of the pillars. It's got to be a gentle touch as not to knock those pillars over. And they've scored 8, 16, 24, 32. Ariel Arson now joins Lincoln County High School in the chambers. One, two, three, four, 5 chambers cleared. They've got 1 ball in the 1-point zone. We collect the thingy. And now the blackout curtain is available to go behind. They're doing the in-game. Their visual observers are talking them through, directing them through the arch gates and the keyholes. They've abandoned the eclipse to go for the landing. 10 points on the cube, 5 points on the landing pad. Galaxy Drone and Queen Team together in match 206. Our visual observers ready? Co-pilots ready? Pilots ready? Judges ready? 3, 2, 1, go! 206. Minute and 30 on the clock. Galaxy Drones, the pilot and co-pilot, are talking about those pillars as they move those balls off the top there. Good recovery. They've scored all those. Now they've moved to the red chambers. Blue chambers just about emptied out by Queen Team. Queen Team has the blue chambers out and working on the center. They've got 5 seconds there before they can get into the blackout, so they're going to try the thingy. They're going to line up and get ready. Now they're going for the eclipse. Red looking for a landing. And they get the bullseye. Match 207 is number 5 and the Flying Sparkles C at the NASA Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility field. Visual observers ready? Pilots and co-pilots ready? Judges ready? 3, 2, 1, go fly! That is a lucky break. They did knock over a tower, then Miss Helen's 8 points, but that drone landed right side up and was able to take off again. Oh my goodness, what a lucky break. Visual observers are talking directions and elevations and altitude here, making sure that the pilots are keeping it off the ground, keeping their positions where they should be. The closer they are to the ground, the faster those balls roll, but the harder it is to control. Flying Sparticles C from East Long Meadow, Massachusetts. Moving the roller back. Sliding a bunch of balls across the front there. They're going to leave those sitting outside that scoring zone. Visual observers are directing them through the keyholes. Blue makes their total eclipse and heads for the landing pad. I think they're just outside the bullseye. And down to the Fairmont field with Ryan.
That's right. We've got finalizing their strategy here for match number 208. Ed, Fluco Engineering 2, Blue, Piggy Pilot Society. Pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Fluco Engineering heading towards the pillars. They get the first. In the meantime, Piggy Pilot Society, they've cleared a chamber on the blue side of the field. 2 pillars scored by Fluco Engineering. And there's the third. Very close on the fourth. There it goes. Now they're going to join Piggy Pilot Society on the near side. Minute left on the clock. Piggy Pilot Society, they've cleared off 3 chambers on their own. Now Fluco Engineering on the red side of the chambers, working those game pieces forward through the baffles. Piggy Pilot Society clears out the central chamber. Looks like we have 5, make it 6 clear chambers as we reach the 30-second mark. Piggy Pilot Society makes it through the first, makes it through the second keyhole gate. Now they're up, under, and over those arch gates to complete their eclipse path. Maximize their score, 15 seconds. Fluco Engineering nearly clearing out the 7th gate. Just over 5 seconds. Piggy Pilot Society goes for the bullseye. Fluco. And we're on to A3L Federal Works Field. 2 drones ready to go for 209. And if you're here not for a match. Sorry, got distracted there. If you don't have anything to do in the next few minutes, you should head outside to the quad and watch the test flight of that large Dragonfly drone. Two sets of pilots finishing up their setup on A3L Federal Works Field. They're ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, go! IRHS Drone Team 3 heads to the chambers. River Valley Rads on the pillars. They score 2 quickly. 3 and 4, under 15 seconds on those pillars. And the IRHS Drone Team has cleared out 2 chambers in the same amount of time. Now the River Valley Rads have joined them. They've cleared out the first chamber on the blue side, and they've got everything lined up for the second. IRHS Drone Team 3 gets their second as well, nearly have a third. These chambers are based on the end state of the field, so if they blow the balls back into the chambers, they won't count as cleared. Nearly there. Some careful driving, flying even from IRHS gets their third chamber on the red side as we enter the 30-second mark. IRHS makes it through the first gate. River Valley Rads do as well. They're heading quite out of the field there. Looks like IRHS going for an early landing here. Plenty of time to adjust. It looks like they may have gotten the bullseye there with plenty of time left. River Valley Rads lining up on that second gate. No, they're going for a last-minute landing, but time expires. And we're back on the NASA Catherine Johnson IV&V facility field. Our pilots are ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying in red, Country Drones Take Me Home. Quickly heading to the pillars. Their partners, the Sky Strikers, working on chambers. One pillar down for Country Drones. 75 seconds left. And there's pillar number 4. One chamber cleared for Sky Strikers. Now Country Drones joining them on the blue side. One chamber cleared on each of those drones, and the next one soon to follow. Looks like one drone has capsized here, but Country Drones still working on the blue chambers. They've got all 3 clear. Now they head to the middle of the field. Their visual observer giving them timing reminders. They clear out the central chamber. Now navigating around their fallen partners to reach the 30-second mark. Trying to clear out the last of these chambers. They've got 6. 25 seconds. They go up and over through the first keyhole gate. Their observer moves them forward. 15 seconds. They're through the second gate. Now up and under and over to finish the path. Just over 5 seconds left for them to come in for a landing, going for that red landing pad. They seem to have gotten a bullseye from perspective. A valiant effort despite being solo in that one.
On the Fairmont field for qualification match 211, we have Aerial Wolves, Foxtrot, and Fluco Engineering 1. They've given us a thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Maybe not. We've got at least one drone in the air, our red drone. Now our blue drone is in the air. Making up for some of that lost time, quickly knocking those off. They got a 3 for 4, still standing with the pillars. They make their way up to the front of the field, where they're going to move those 24 balls out of that center chamber. Red drone working on clearing those blue out of those blue chambers. Our blue drone working on the red. They've still got plenty of time with 48 seconds left on the clock. Our red almost clearing those blue out of the chambers on the blue side. Accidentally blowing one right back up into the top chamber. Quickly moving it out. They're going to hear that buzzer here just now to let them know they can start working onto that eclipse. Red finishing off those blue chambers. Blue drone finishing off the red chambers, so they ended up clearing all 7 chambers. Both drones going for the partial. Blue's going to be happy with the partial. Red going for the total. Looks like blue's going to start moving some of those rollers. We're trying for the roller. Blue going ahead and landing on the bullseye. 1 second left. Looks like red may have ended up with a total eclipse. They're still in the air, being told to land now. Over on the A3L Federal Works field, we have qualification match 212. We have River Valley Rads teamed up with 76553. While we're waiting, we're still several minutes ahead, waiting for one of our teams. We're going to check on skills. So far for skills, we have team 3619C with a total score of 565 points. Their partner team 3619A with a total of 550 points for the second. Looks like that is Prop Chop in first place and Piggy Pilot Society coming up from behind just in second place. We have Just Keep Flying rounding out the top three with a total score of 455 points. Looks like we have Country Drones Take Me Home with a score of 405 points. And Team Aries rounding out the top five with a score of 395 points. So that is your top five teams in the Skills Challenge. If you have not done Skills Challenge yet today, please make sure you get over there and finish your Skills Challenge.
Also notable about our Skills Challenge scores is that 47 of our 58 teams here this weekend have completed at least one skills attempt. That's pretty good.
And I'm being told as of yesterday, we had the world's top piloting skills score, and we're just going to claim that we do today as well.
There is another championship event happening today, but we've not looked at their scores, so we're going to say ours are still higher.
As our teams get ready for qualification match 212, again, we have River Valley Rads teamed up with 76553. They've given us a thumbs up. We're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone making their way over to the front of the field. Our red drone clipping that guide wire underneath the blue arch, but they managed to get themselves back up into the air, making their way over to those pillars. They've got the first pillar, the second pillar. Let's see if they can get the other two without knocking those over as well. And they've done it. So they're 4 for 4 on the pillars. They will get the full score for that one. They'll make their way up to the front of the field to help their alliance partners start clearing out the rest of those chambers. Looks like our blue drone has one more chamber left to clear on the blue, and they finally blew out that last ball. They're moving on to that center chamber as we get to 45 seconds left on the clock. Our red drone quickly clearing out those top two red chambers, as the blue drone accidentally blowing some of those balls back into those chambers that they just cleared. Go ahead and blow that last red ball out of that chamber that they just cleared with 26 seconds, now 25 left on the clock. They just heard that chime to let them know they can start working on their eclipses. Both getting the partial blue, getting through that green keyhole gate very quickly. They've got a total green now through red now through the green keyhole gate with 5 seconds left. They also have a total blue on the blue cube. Our red drone accidentally crash landing, but our blue drone did make it onto the cube. Over on the Katherine Johnson field, we've got a thumbs up for qualification match 213 to start in 3, 2, 1, go. We have the Delta Flyers teamed up with Team Gold. Our blue drone working on those balls on the pillars, while our red drone is working on clearing those chambers out. They're starting with that middle chamber first, trying to get low enough. Looks like they're kind of leaving that to work on the red chambers first now, as the blue drone has half the balls cleared off those pillars. So far they are 3. Now 4 for 4 standing. They're going to move up to the front to start helping their alliance partner out by clearing those blue chambers. Red almost clearing all 3 red chambers. They've just got a few left. They've got that last chamber left to clear. Balls are getting a little bit bunched up. Let's see if they can clear them out. Looks like they've done it. They've just got a few more left to go, and all 3 red chambers will be clear. Blue doing the same on their side. All they have now is that center chamber left to clear, and they just heard that chime letting them know they can go over and work on that eclipse. Our blue drone making it look very easy. They've got their total eclipse. Red with the partial, trying to get the total as well. They've got 10 seconds left. They're going to go ahead and be happy with that partial as they go with 5 seconds left. We've got blue in the bullseye, red in the bullseye with 3 seconds left as we move on to the Fairmont field.
In match 214, we have the Drone Masters and Imperials. They're all ready. Judges are all ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Drone Masters are working on the towers now. And they've got to gently, oh my, disastrous. They bumped the ball a little bit there. The sensor read it as landing, and it flipped over upside down. So the Imperials are by themselves. It's up to them to see how many points they can get to minimize this damage here by the crash drone. And they've got one of the towers knocked over. There's one of the balls off the top. Two of them is 16 points. 24. They've got 40 seconds on the chambers a little bit. And now they have 30 seconds left for the high point value at the end. Eclipse is the game. The name of the game is Eclipse, and the highest point value item is a 25-point total eclipse. Landing on the landing pad is 5. Landing on their colored bullseye is 15. A3L work field in the middle of the arena. We have Flying Ninja Nuggets and Aries. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! And we have flight. Flying Ninja Nuggets are on the towers with the red drone. Aries from Woodbridge, Virginia is in the blue, working on the blue chambers. That's about as close and as about as hard as you can tip that without knocking it over. They know they don't want to tap that ball on the very bottom of the drone because the drone doesn't like what the sensor reads when it does that. So they get that knocked off. They're going to head over now. Their partner cleaned out all of the blue balls from the chambers, and they're working on the red ones now. "30 seconds left. Visual observers are working on getting them back on the field and through the keyholes. Visual observer calls drop it. He dropped it, and it lands in the bullseye. Down here on the Kathleen Johnson IEMV facility, we have our next two teams, the Chichester Mavericks and Riverside Rad A. Are ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! Riverside Rad A lands for a second there, but then they get it back in the air. Nice piloting work. Nice touch on that tower. They get it lined up. And both the last two towers for 28-32. Chichester Mavericks working to get that third of the red chambers cleared. Mavericks get that taken care of. They get the middle chamber cleared. And they head for the blackout curtain. Visual observers working on directing them through. If they could use the force, they would just power them through with the force, but no, they've got to use hand signals and communication to get them through. They do both complete their eclipse. They use part of that last 10 seconds to get some more balls out of the chambers, and then they say, well, we better do some landing. And they drop it right in the bullseye.
We're back on the Fairmont State Field, match number 217. Mockingjays set up on the near side in blue. I'm sorry, they're on the far side. Their pilots are on the near side in blue. Thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Mockingjays are going to head back to the pillars, quickly scoring the first and making their way around the circuit. In the meantime, Aerial Wolves Alpha are on the near side of the field, flying the red drone. They've cleared out the first chamber nearly there. One ball remaining. It just bounced off. Three of the 4 pillars scored by Mockingjays. Now both drones on the near side of the field. Looping around each other there, but it looks like they've sorted it out. Mockingjays on the left, scoring in the red chambers. Aerial Wolves Alpha on the right, clearing out the blue. 45 seconds left. We're at the midway point here. Two chambers cleared here as we reach the 30-second mark on the blue side. 3 more on the red side, and the Mockingjays are going to clear out the center and then clean up the last one, it looks like. Aerial Wolves make it through both keyhole gates now, up and around and under and over the remaining gates. As they go, Mockingjays, they've made it through the first gate and the second. Under 10 seconds now. Mockingjays finishing the eclipse path as time expires. And we're on to A3L Federal Works Field. Pilots working out their strategy with their visual observers. 2 teams from Morgantown in this one. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. 2632 F and P, both from South Middle School in Morgantown. That's Flight Club clearing off the pillars. When Pigs Fly on the central chamber. Only 1 ball remaining. There they have it. 3 pillars scored. Still more than a minute remaining. Drones now splitting the chambers left and right. Flight Club has 1 blue chambered cleared. And When Pigs Fly have cleared out 1 on the red side. Two cleared out by Flight Club, and they've got good positioning on the third. When Pigs Fly have a similar approach here now as they work on the third. Now, Flight Club hovering in the back of the field, waiting for that chime. Now they start their eclipse path. They go through the first gate and the second. Now they just have to complete the large arch gates to get credit for following the total eclipse path. They've done it. 15 seconds left. They swoop in to land, going for the bullseye. When pigs fly, they get a partial here. They go through one gate. Now they loop back. 5 seconds remaining. We'll see where they try to land. Looks like they're going for the landing pad. 3, 2, 1. And as we take a walk down to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field, just to remind your folks, in about 45 minutes at 11:30, there's going to be another drone demonstration out on the quad. But for now, we've got a drone demonstration happening right in front of us. Teams are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Apogee in red. Their partners Vikings B in blue. Vikings are going to head towards the pillars. Apogee starting out. They've cleared one chamber very quickly, and they're lined up well on the second. There they have it. One pillar scored by Vikings. The second topples over. But Apogee, they've scored 3 chambers quite quickly. There's more than a minute left on the clock. They're going to clear out the large central chamber next. There are no baffles in the way, so that one just goes straight out. Now they're working on the red half. Only 3 chambers remaining as the third pillar gets scored by Vikings B. They're lining up on the fourth, and there they have it. 3 out of 4 staying vertical. 40 seconds on the clock. Both drones now hovering over those 3 red chambers. Looks like Vikings working on the nearest one to the audience as we hear that chime, and Apogee heads over through the first gate, realigning through the second with direction from their visual observers. And there they've completed their eclipse path with 15 seconds. Looks like they're going to go land. Now Vikings B following them through. 10 seconds left. They've made it through the first gate for sure. I think they went a little wide on the second one. Now they're just going to land with 5 seconds. Looking for the bullseye, a little wide, I think, as time runs out.
On the Fairmont State University field, to qualification match 220 with the Flying Spartacles B team, Barons. We've got a thumbs up from both our teams to start flying in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue teams quickly up into the air. Red following quickly after. Blue's going to go into the back, start working on those balls, knocking them off those pillars, keeping those pillars upright. Red staying high up into the air, moving closer now. Taking those balls out of those blue chambers. Our blue team leaving 4 for 4 up on those pillars, knocking all 4 balls off, getting the full 32 points as they move up the front and start clearing those red chambers. Our red team still working on those blue chambers. They've got the first one completely cleared, almost the second. They've just got 2 more to clear out of that second chamber as the blue team completely clears all 3 chambers on the red side, moving that pillar out of the way. Starting to move some of those red balls over into that red goal area. Looks like they've scored at least 2 into the red goal, trying to push a couple more in. Looks like they've got about 3 more in as they get to that 30-second buzzer to let them know we can start going over into that eclipse zone. Blue went ahead and cleared out that center chamber. Looks like we've just got 6 of the 7 chambers cleared, but both are going to go start working on that eclipse with 14 seconds left on the clock. Looks like we've got red going for that total eclipse. They've done it. Blue over here working on theirs as well. They're going to be happy with the partial with 3 seconds left. Both are going to land on that bullseye over onto the land pads. Match 221 is going to happen on the A3L Federal Works field where we've got Just Keep Flying teamed up with North Marion Aerial Drone Team M. We've got a thumbs up from both teams. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Red making their way to the back over top of those pillars. Blue up in the front, clearing those blue chambers out. Looks like they're going to start with those chambers closest to the front so they don't get those balls jumbled up at the openings. Red's got 3 of the 4 cleared, just cleared off that 4th one. They've got 4 for 4 standing, so they'll get all 32 points. They make their way up to the front, starting to help their alliance partner out by clearing those red chambers. They're going to start at the top. Blue clearing out 3 chambers and starting over into that middle chamber, clearing out all 24 balls as red finishes up those red chambers over on the other side. They've still got plenty of time with 40 seconds left. All 7 chambers are clear. Red making their way over to the blackout screen, waiting for that chime as blue is going to try to move that roller out of the way. There's that buzzer. Red with the partial eclipse, making it easy going through that green keyhole gate. We've got blue with their partial as well. They're through the green keyhole gate. We've got red with the total eclipse, blue with the total eclipse with 15 seconds left. Red on their landing pad, blue on their landing pad. Still hovering above. They're on their landing pad with 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Excellent flying by both of those teams. Catherine Johnson Field for qualification match 222. We've got a thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to start flying in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got the Hornets teamed up with the Aerial Wolves Charlie team. Our red drone in the back of the field, working on those pillars, while our blue drone has already cleared out 1 of the blue chambers. Just clearing out the second blue chamber. They're currently working on the third as our red drone knocks off a second yellow white ball off its pillar. We watched that third pillar teeter just a little bit, but it stayed upright as they're working on their fourth, and they keep all 4 pillars standing upright to get the full points. They move up to the front, blow out a couple of those balls out of the center chamber, but they're going to leave it for their blue alliance partner as they work on that red chamber side. Both teams working together to finish out that red chamber side. It's the last 3 that they've got to complete as they get to that 35-second mark. And then they'll have all 7 chambers cleared if they can do it. They hear that buzzer. Blue making their way over to start their eclipse. Getting a little caught up on that blackout screen, but they get a partial. Red lining up for theirs as well. Red, they've got their partial, trying to get through that green keyhole gate. Red makes it through. They've got 10 seconds left. Blue crash lands behind the field. Red gets the full as they land on the cube with 2 seconds left. Hey, and we're back over to the Fairmont field.
All right, so we're ready here for match number 223. We have 2 awesome teams here, the Aerial Avengers and the Flying Pigs. Are both teams ready to go? Judges ready to go? 3, 2, 1, go! Aerial Avengers, all 4 of the towers cleared of their balls for 32 points. Working on their chambers now. Flying Pigs is working on the red ones. Aerial Avengers on the blues. $25 of the 35 for the chambers. Flying Pigs have completed their eclipse. Aerial Avengers still working on getting through the green keyhole. landing, not completing the eclipse. Center stage for the A3L Federal Works field. Two great teams here paired up. Chichester Chi Flyers and Winged Warriors. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Riverside High School over here working on they touched the bottom of the ball to the bottom of the drone, and the drone flipped upside down, unrecoverable. The red drone working on the chambers. All by themselves. All these scores go into their average, so they want to minimize that damage by the down drone. Making a great choice to come over and spend 10 seconds on these balls right here. That's going to get them the 24 out of 32 on that. Visual observers calling him back. Nope, they're going to let the eclipse go. And they get the bullseye. Up next, match 225 on the Katherine Johnson IVNV facility, NASA field. Visual observers, you guys ready? Co-pilots? Pilots? And judges ready, so we're 3, 2, 1, go fly. Hermes working cautiously to not tip over the green towers. And success. 32 points there for their alliance. And the red drone just flipped upside down and is out of the match. So Hermes is now working on the rest of the chambers and the blackout curtain and the eclipses by themselves. For the eclipse. And into the landing pad for Hermes.
And next up on the Fairmont State Field, match 226. It looks like we've got Lincoln County High School Team X and the Aerial Aces. They're from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, Jersey. We are, despite our earlier delay, running ahead of schedule again. Thank you teams for showing up ready to play. Looks like that referee's conference is over. Our pilots are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Lincoln County High School X from Hamlin, West Virginia, heading to the pillars. Aerial Aces hovering over the chambers. They clear out the central one first, then head to the blue side as they do. Lincoln County High School, they've scored all 4 pillars in about 15 seconds. Now they're going to join the party in the front third of the field. Just over a minute remaining. Chambers with some good progress. Only a couple remaining. Make it 1. I think they've scored 6. And Aerial Aces, they've moved the roller out of the way. They're going to score a couple in the goal in the front right corner. All they did, they cleared out both rollers. So both of those goals are accessible for 1 point apiece. 35 seconds. And that chime means teams can enter the Eclipse. The Aerial Aces go through first. Both drones now through the first gate, lining up in front of the next. There's a bit of a collision there, but both drones stay up in the air. Lincoln County High School gets through first. Aerial Aces following soon after. Some very close flying here as they complete the Eclipse path nearly simultaneously. Just over 5 seconds in for a landing. 3, 2, 1, and they both down onto the landing pads. We are on to A3L Federal Works Field, where we've got the Elite Panthers and the Flying Top Hats. They're ready to go. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Elite Panthers in red from Malden, West Virginia, heading to the pillars. They give the first one a tap, but it stays unscored. In the meantime, the Flying Top Hats, they've cleared out 1 blue corral. They're from North Sutton, New Hampshire. And the first pillar gets scored. Elite Panthers come in for the second. A second chamber cleared for blue. Three chambers cleared now on that blue side. Flying Top Hats heading to the center of the field as the fourth pillar gets scored. 45 seconds, we're halfway through the match. Four chambers now clear. Both drones hovering over the area. It looks like the Elite Panthers may have gotten a fifth. They're going to go for the Eclipse path, while the Flying Top Hats spend a couple more seconds on the chambers. They're both through the first gate for partial credit. They both, I think, made it through the second, and now they have to loop around these arch gates, over the black, under the red, over the blue, and they have to stay on the field to do it. Looks like we had one path completed. 3, 2, 1. And we head on down to the NASA Kathy Johnson IV&V facility field, match number 228. We have Hyper Drones from Edison, New Jersey. Their partners, the Drone Boys from Hamlin, West Virginia. Looks like we are waiting on one drone, but if I walk closer so I can read this little text on the screen, we are about 13 minutes ahead of schedule, so we can afford to hang out a little bit and wait. In the meantime, there's going to be another drone demonstration outside in the quad in about 20 minutes. We are going to play through match 2, 4, 3 before our lunch break, so we've got about 15 matches before that. Then we'll come back and play 30 or so more, get all of our team ranked, and then enter our alliance selection process and elimination tournament.
Where's the beat?
And just a reminder for all teams during downtime between your matches, be sure to head to the skills field and get those scores in. Even if you don't come out on top in skills, they do factor in towards some judged awards. And hey, it's nice to see your team name up on those world skills rankings too. This afternoon, after the conclusion of qualification match number 270, we are going to go straight into our alliance selection process with no break. So as we get closer to that point in the day, make sure you have your plans ready. All right, teams are ready on the field. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Drone boys heading towards the pillars. Their partners in red. They're going to move the rollers first before working on clearing out the chambers. This will allow them access to the goals later. Now they hover over the blue chambers. The first one lined up to score. They're almost there as the drone boys clear off the third pillar. And there's the fourth. All 4 pillars cleared. Now both drones on the near half of the field working on those chambers. One is cleared on the blue side. The next one very nearly so. They did a lot of preparatory work to make sure these game pieces were lined up for easy scoring or de-scoring, depending on your perspective. 45 seconds. Drone boys clearing out their second chamber on the red side. There we have it, 3 down, all on blue. Now we've got the red drone through the first keyhole gate. They've got at least partial. Lining up for the second. Hyper drones coming through. No, just a little bit wide. Their visual observer adjusting them, sending back for another attempt. Drone boys now joining them. They're through the first keyhole gate and through the second. They're going to head up and over while their partners hyper drones. Under 10 seconds now. 1 total eclipse completed. 2 seconds. 1. It looks like we had 1 on a landing pad to finish there.
Over on the Fairmont field for qualification match 229, we have the Chichester Iron Eagles teamed up with the Firebolts. We've got a thumbs up from both our teams, so we're going to go ahead and start this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone quickly makes it up into the air and to the back of the field, where they're going to go ahead and start working on knocking those balls off those pillars. They're going to try very hard to keep those pillars standing as the blue drone in the front of the field is working on trying to clear those chambers over on the red side. Looks like they've got their first one cleared. They're working on that second one as the red drone in the back is working on that very last pillar. And they've managed to clear it, keeping 4 for 4, standing upright. They're going to move to the front of the field and start working on the blue side of those chambers, quickly clearing out that first chamber and moving on to the second one. As the blue drone finishes off that third chamber on the red side and moves on to the center chamber, we reach 45 seconds left on the clock. The red drone has just one final chamber left to clear. Looks like they have about 3 of those balls left to move out of that last chamber. And it looks like they've done it. So they've got all 7 chambers cleared as they hear that buzzer to let them know they can start working on those eclipses. We've got our blue drone with their partial eclipse. They easily make it through the green keyhole. Red with their partial. Blue going for that total eclipse. Red makes it through. They're going for their total as well. Well, it looks like they may have cut that a little close. Looks like they're going to try to go back through. I think they may have it with 2 seconds left. We've got our blue drone on the landing pad and our red on the cube. Over to the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 230, where we have Team Pluto with the Arsonists. They've given us a thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone is up in the air. Our blue drone looks like they're having a few issues. Our head referee is going to go over there and help them out, while our red drone clearing off those last 2 balls off those pillars. They've got the third one, and they've knocked off the 4 one, and they've kept 4 for 4 of those pillars standing to get the full 32 points. They've moved up to the front as our other team is working quickly. They're going to do a quick battery change to see if they can get up into flight. They've still got plenty of time. They've got 55 seconds left on the clock to get back into the game, and they are up in the air, and they are over onto those chambers working on those blue ones. As red clears those top 2 chambers, they've got that final red chamber left with 40 seconds left. Looks like blue making quick work of those chambers on that blue side. They've just got that second one to clear, and then they'll be on to the final one. Looks like they're going to leave it and go ahead and work on that eclipse. They've already got their partial. Red's got their partial. Trying to get through that green keyhole gate, working with their visual observers. Red's made it through. They've got about 12 seconds left. We've got red with the total eclipse. Blue's going to stick with the partial, both with 5 seconds left. They're headed over to those landing pads. We've got blue with a bullseye. Looks like red may have the bullseye as well. Catherine Johnson Field for qualification match 231. We've got a thumbs up, so we're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We have the Bandits teamed up with the Tech Titans. Our blue team back on those pillars. Trying very carefully not to knock those pillars off. They're using that drone to hit those balls right off those pillars. They've got 2 more. So far, they've got 3 of the 4 left standing. And they have all 4 left standing as they move to the front of the field to go help their alliance partner out. Red has 2 of the chambers cleared on that red side. Blue almost with 2 as well. Looks like they're working on that second one. Red accidentally blowing a few of those red balls back up into a couple of those upper chambers. But they quickly clear them back out as they reach about 42 seconds left on the clock. Blues just has a few more left in that final chamber as red moves on to that center one, clearing all 24 out of it as well. Looks like blue's going to leave that final chamber and go ahead and work on their eclipse. Their partner, they're going to finish off that blue final chamber for them. Blue with the partial eclipse, red making their way over. They've got 15 seconds to do the eclipse. Looks like blue has their total eclipse. Red trying to get through the green keyhole gate. Flipping around, they landed upright. They have 5 seconds. They could easily take off. Blue is on the cube in the front. Red not taking off in time. Red, you need to land. Red, you need to land. Thank you. Moving on to the Fairmont field.
On the Fairmont field, match 232 of 290. Prop Chop and Billy and the boys are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Prop Chop moving the cylinder to open the passageway to the 1 point for both sides. Billy and the boys come to work on the towers. "24 seconds on the towers there is what it took for them to take care of all those for those 32 points. Now they're working on the balls in the chambers together, side by side. Most important this time is to keep things consistent for these great teams. Billy and the boys get in the center there. They've got 8 seconds left before the end game is open. Billy and the boys take over on those last two chambers there. 35 out of 35 for the chambers. Prop Chop Bacon. They're going to take turns going through that green keyhole. They stay nice and calm in these last 10 seconds to complete both of their eclipses. And they're both on the landing pad, both outside the bullseye. Center stage in match 233, Queen Team and Riverside Rad A. Teams are ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Riverside Rad A comes over towards the towers here. They get a nice touch on the first ball. Good elevation there, not too high, not too low for that. 32 points, and then a bump that knocks the tower over, taking them back down to 24. Both teams working on chambers, 5 points each for the chambers. Seconds left as they're right on schedule with where they want to be. They've got 2 balls in the 1 point section over there on the blue side of the field. They put a third one in. Those 3 points might make the difference in a match sometime. With 20 seconds left, they're both through the partial eclipse. Both teams completing the total eclipse. I know the blue one made it on the landing pad. I don't know about the red one. Match 234, Flight Club and Aerial Wolves Foxtrot. Visual observers, are you ready? Drivers, are you ready? Judges ready? 3, 2, 1, go fly! Flight Club moves over with a tap to the first of the towers. Falling out of the sky there, luckily landing right side up. Right on top of that ball again, but that time lands upside down. We've seen several drones today and yesterday touch the top of that ball, and the sensor on the bottom of that ball thinks it's landing and shuts off the props. Aerial Wolves Foxtrot working to clear the rest of the chambers. 36 seconds left. are leaving the chambers, headed for the blackout curtain, going for the partial eclipse, which they've done. Now they're trying to work their way through the green keyhole. He's going to have to use his visual observer. They've abandoned the eclipse and went for the landing and done.
And we're back on the Fairmont State Field, match 235. We've got Lincoln County High School. This is Team D and the River Valley Rads. Pilots are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. River Valley Rads heading to the pillars in the back right corner. Lincoln County High School clearing out the central chamber first. Now working on those chambers from front to back. This gives them a little bit more space to work with later. Just over a minute left. The River Valley Rads, they've scored 3 pillars, and here comes the 4th. There they have it. Now they're going to join Lincoln County High School on the near side of the field. They'll swoop in next to the blue chambers. 2 red chambers already emptied out. Lincoln County High School clearing out the 3rd now. 45 seconds. And there's the momentum they needed. River Valley Rads, they've almost cleared out that last chamber on their side of the field. Lincoln County High School does the same on their end. Now, at that chime, they're going to head up to the eclipse path. They make it through the first gate swiftly, but now they're flying blind. Both drones through that first gate. Trying to line up there. Lincoln County is through. I looked away at the wrong moment. I didn't see if the Rads made it as well. Looks like they are still going to take another swipe. 3 seconds to go. Lincoln County going to land. 2, 1. They're on the landing pad. Our next match on A3L Federal Works Field, we've got Galaxy Drones and Drone Masters, both from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey. Pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Drone Masters flying in the blue drone. They head to the back right corner for the pillars. Their partners Galaxy Drones in red on the near side of the field. Looks like they're trying to move the rollers out of the way before they begin to clear out the chambers. They're going to stick with just one roller for now, giving access to the blue goal. Drone Masters, they've scored 2 pillars. They carefully get the 3rd. And there's number 4. All the pillars scored, 8 points apiece. Under a minute remaining. And we've got 2 chambers cleared by Galaxy Drones. Drone Masters swoop into the middle chamber, and they have it mostly emptied out, but they have a few more game pieces to go. 35 seconds. And there's that central chamber. There's 2 blue balls in the chambers on that side of the field, but there's plenty of time left as both drones approach the eclipse path. Galaxy Drones through both gates. Drone Masters through the first and the second. Both drones made it through the gates, but they've got to complete the rest of the path. It looks like Galaxy Drones have. Drone Masters following soon after. Under 10 seconds now. We're going to the landing pads. 5 seconds left. 1 drone down the 3, 2, 1. And they touch down on top of the proper cube. On to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. Teams are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. And we're going to start this one over. Sorry, folks. The timer didn't start. We'll get that fixed up and get going. And while we get this reset, we're going to do the final demonstration flight of the Dragonfly drone outside in just a couple of minutes. So if you're interested in seeing that, head out there now. All right, we're ready to go for real now. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Aerial Avengers from West Grove, Pennsylvania, quickly scoring the first 2 pillars, while the Aerial Wolves Alpha of Woodbridge, Virginia, start working on chambers. They have the first one clear, and now Aerial Avengers fly over to join them. They've cleared all the pillars in under 15 seconds. Good progress here. Nearly 2 chambers cleared on each side of the field. The Aerial Avengers drift into the center and clear that chamber as well, while Aerial Wolves work on the 3rd blue. They've nearly got it. 45 seconds. Both teams now working on their last chamber. It looks like Aerial Wolves have gotten theirs. That gives them some time to position for the Eclipse path, waiting on that chime. And there it is. They're going to head to the first keyhole gate. They're through for at least partial here. Trying to line up with the help of their visual observer with just over 20 seconds. They make it through the second gate. And while they complete the rest of the path, Aerial Avengers come in behind them. They've made it through as well. 12 seconds left. Aerial Wolves looks like they're lining up over the blue cube. Aerial Avengers going for a bullseye on the landing pad. Under 5 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. And I think they both landed successfully.
We are back on the Fairmont State University field where we're going to start qualification match 238 with Country Drones Take Me Home teamed up with Airbank 1. They both give a thumbs up, letting us know they're ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone very quick to take off. Our red drone in the back, already with 2 balls knocked off of those pillars. Let's see if they can keep the other 2 standing, while the blue drone in the front already has that very first chamber on the blue side cleared. Our red drone knocking off the very last ball, keeping all 4 pillars standing for the full 32 points. Moving up to the front to help their alliance partner out by clearing out those chambers with the red balls, as the blue team finishes off those blue chambers and moves on to that center chamber, clearing out 24 of those red balls and the blue ones. Red trying to clear out and finish off those red side chambers as the blue moves that roller out of the way to start pushing some of those blue over into that blue goal. Going just a little bit too fast, too far. They get at least 1 over into the blue goal for an extra point, as all 7 chambers are completely clear. They hear that buzzer letting them know to start that eclipse. We've got blue with a partial. Red making their way over to the blackout curtain. Red has their partial. Blue trying to get through that green keyhole gate. Red making it through the keyhole gate. Red with the total eclipse. Blue hung up on the green keyhole gate with 2 seconds left. Red landing on the landing pad. Blue stuck behind the blackout curtain. A3L Federal Works Field for qualification match 239. We've got a thumbs up from our team to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got Fluco Engineering 1 teamed up with Apogee. Our red drone in the back already working on clearing off those pillars. They've got 2 just left, as the blue drone in the front has already cleared out 2 chambers on the red side. Our red drone leaving up all 4 pillars as they knock off that final white ball and move up to the front to start helping out with those blue chambers. Our blue drone finishing up that final chamber on the red side as they move over to that center chamber to clear those blue and red balls out of that center. They've got 2 final chambers left to clear. Red accidentally knocking 1 back up into that upper chamber, quickly clearing it out. They've got 40 seconds left on the clock. Blue moving that roller out of the way, trying to slowly get some of those red balls over into that red goal. Knocking several into the red goal to get a couple extra points. Red finishing off, clearing that final chamber, so all 7 chambers are clear. Blue knocking into that yellow arch gate, or that keyhole gate. Coming back through to get the partial. They're going to be happy with the partials as they have 10 seconds left. Both drones on the landing pad with 4 seconds left, trying to get that bullseye with 2, 1. Both drones on their landing pads. As we move on to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 240, where we have Hermes and Chichester Chi Flyers. They give us a thumbs up. We're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones up in the air at the same time. Red in the front of the field, blue in the back. Red looks like they're going to start working on those red chambers first. Blue has one more left to go with the pillars, and they get 4 for 4 with all 4 pillars standing as they move to the front to start helping out with the blue side on those chambers. They've quickly cleared out that first chamber on the blue, accidentally knocking one of those back into that upper chamber, but quickly clearing it again. Looks like red has done the same. They're going to go ahead and try to get most of those balls down to the bottom part of that chamber. Blue clearing out the very last chamber. Looks like they've only got about 3 balls left to clear, and they'll get that final chamber cleared out on that blue side. Red having just a little bit of trouble with the red side. As blue starts working on that center chamber, they hear that buzzer letting them know they can start working on that eclipse. Blue finishes off that center chamber and starts working on the red. As red goes ahead and starts with their partial, they make it through the green keyhole gate. They're going to start working on the arches as they have 10 seconds left. Blue also working on their total eclipse as well. Both teams with total eclipses. Red on the cube, blue on the cube. With 1 second left on the clock, they both land.
And that's really the key, is use that clock efficiently so you use the whole time to get as much done as you can and get landed. All right, teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! The aerial aces working on the chambers, while the Elite Panthers. 1, 2, 3, 4 towers, 32 points. Quick, easy points there. They did a great job with that. Moving over to the chambers on the red side. It's controlled flight, steady. Aerial aces putting a ball. 2 balls in the 1-point score spot. They're going to help out as long as they don't crash each other. Helping out's a great plan. Yep, good teamwork. I see them passing the controller back and forth over there. And now comes the big job of the visual observer. Visual observer is telling them how to get through that green keyhole that you can't see from the audience side. Now they can see their drones again. They work and complete both total eclipses. 8 seconds left. They're working on their landings. 5 points for the big landing pad, 10 for the box, 15 for the bullseye. They're going to leave it where it's at. 242 Hyperdrones and the Flying Spartacles C. Hyperdrones and the Flying Spartacles C are ready. Their visual observers are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! As the bugle sounds, drones take off. Working quickly, ELHS working on the towers. While Hyperdrones working on the chambers. East Longmeadow, 1, 2, 3 of them, and then the 4th one comes down, but they save it, and they don't crash the drone. Great job. Only getting 24 points there, but better than an upside-down drone on the carpet. Teams separately working together there. 37 seconds left. They move the roller back. Going to move the red balls behind the roller. And send 1, 2, 3, 4 balls into the single point score zone. Woo, that was close. Near collision on the partial eclipse gate. Visual observer still trying to get through that green keyhole. 5 seconds left. Balloon roll landing on the landing pad. And red behind the curtain. On the right side of the arena of the Kathleen Johnson IV&V facility, NASA Field, we have Firebolts and North Marion Aerial Drone Team M. Visual observers, co-pilots, pilots, they all come and inspect the field, make sure it's set up right, everything's satisfactory. Then the drone position where they want it. And then after all the judges are ready, we'll do that countdown thingy. Looks like John's either explaining the rules and rule violations or scoring, or they're talking about where they're going for lunch. Drones are paired. Props are turning. Teams are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Nice hop off the ground there as these drones get moving. Firebolts taking on the towers. 8, 16. 24. 32 for the Firebolts. It's a perfect score so far. North Marion's got all their chambers cleared with the blue, working on that center chamber there with the mixed balls. Nice move with the thingy for the roller. They're going to send the balls across for the thingy. That might be one of our highest scores of the day with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balls in the bonus. Nicely done, North Marion. Teamwork, they're communicating with each other. He volunteers to go over and take care of those balls out of the last of the chamber, giving the Firebolts more time on the eclipse. And the Firebolts slam into the curtain. North Marion gets the partial eclipse and heads for the bullseye.
And we'll take a few moments to tally up that score, and we'll be back for match 245 at 1 p.m. So teams in those first 3 or 4 matches after lunch, please show up a few minutes early. We have 46 more qualification matches to play. Then we'll roll right into our alliance selection process and elimination tournament. We'll see you then.
Where's the beat?
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started with match number 244 in just a few minutes. We'll play through qualification match 290 this afternoon. And then we'll roll right into our alliance selection process, where our top 10 teams will pick their partners for the finals rounds. We're playing through qualification match 290, and the skills fields will be open until 3 p.m. So you have just a little bit of time left to get your last few runs in. All right, setting up on Fairmont State Field, we've got the Mockingjays of Edison, New Jersey, and Winged Warriors from Bell, West Virginia. Everybody's ready to play. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Mockingjays heading towards the pillars in the back right corner. They score the first one. Winged Warriors on the near side of the field. They're moving the rollers out of the way, giving them access to the goals later in the match while they begin to clear out those chambers. While they do, Mockingjays have cleared out all 4 pillars. Now they've joined the party on the near side of the field. 1 chamber cleared out on each side there as we reach the 1-minute mark. Pilots being very methodical here, making sure that they don't de-score any previous chambers as they score the next one down the line. And that's paying off. Just over 30 seconds left. 6 chambers are emptied out. 5 chambers now. 25 seconds left. Pilots are debating when they're going to go for the Eclipse. And it looks like Winged Warriors are going to get there first. They're through the first keyhole gate, now the second. And they come back through the center of the field to complete their path. Mockingjays doing the same now. They're through the first, 5 seconds left. They'll take the partial and try to land. Winged Warriors are down, as are the Mockingjays. And we're on to the A3L Federal Works Field. Pilots are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Flying Pigs in red going to the back corner of the field to clear off the pillars. Their partners number 5 working on chambers on the near side. They've got one cleared out, nearly have a second. Sounds like somebody's happy about a skills run over in that area. Again, still some time to work on that. The third pillar scored by the Flying Pigs, and now the fourth. That third one wobbled for quite a while, but it stays standing. 1 minute remaining. 3 chambers cleared on the near side. And now the Flying Pigs have joined number 5 in that effort. Only a few game pieces remaining. And both drones zipping around the area trying to motivate them in the correct direction. That chime means we're under 30 seconds remaining. And number 5 is going to head through the Eclipse path. They've made it through both keyhole gates. Now they have to come up and around and over. They return to the field here, heading in the right direction now. 15 seconds. Flying Pigs join them. They're through the first gate. They're happy with that. They're going to go land. It seems like number 5 has completed their Eclipse path. 5 seconds remaining. They land in the bullseye. 2, 1. I think they've both made it. Next up, match 246. We've got Bill and the boys from West Grove, Pennsylvania. Their partners Just Keep Flying from Morgantown, West Virginia. All right, almost ready to go here on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V facility field. I've got the thumbs up. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Bill and the boys moving the rollers out of the way on the near side to give them access to the goals later on. Now they start clearing out those chambers. While they do, Just Keep Flying. They've scored the first pillar. Now the second. The ball from that pillar dropped on top of their drone, and it sent them askew, but they've recovered to score the third and the fourth. All the pillars scored now. Both drones working on clearing out those chambers. Bill and the boys, they've got their third chamber on the red side cleared out, and Just Keep Flying helping out on the blue end. 5 chambers cleared. 45 seconds, plenty of time for these teams. And it looks like they're going to swap positions now. Just Keep Flying, lining up for their end game path. Bill and the boys are going to finish out the chambers. Waiting on that chime now. And there it is. Just Keep Flying through both keyhole gates quickly. Bill and the boys right behind them. Getting direction from their visual observers. Just Keep Flying going into land. They've got plenty of time to work on their alignment. And now Bill and the boys are through the second gate. 12 seconds left. They go over and under and over the final arch to get full credit for their Eclipse path. 5 seconds left. They alight on the cube with plenty of time left on the clock.
For qualification match 247 over on the Fairmont State Field, we have in alliance the Flying Top Hats and the Tech Titans. waiting on our head referee to come over to the field. Please make sure you quickly get in those skills runs before the end of the day. 3 o'clock will be the cutoff time for skills. So I repeat, 3 o'clock will be the cutoff time to get those skills runs in. Here's our head referee ready to go for match 247. We've got the thumbs up from both our teams. We're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like our red drone's going to stay in the front of the field and work on those chambers, as our blue drone is going to work on knocking those balls off of those pillars, trying to keep those pillars standing. They've got one more left to go, and they are 4 for 4 on the pillars. They're going to make their way to the front of the field and help their alliance partner out. Looks like the red drone working on that center chamber first. They've got about 4 more balls left to clear, and the center one will be taken care of. Our blue drone already with one of the blue chambers completely clear, working on that second chamber. Red drone going kind of off to the side, but they make their way back over to the red side, taking care of those chambers over there. Looks like we've got about 3 more blue balls left over onto that blue side, and they've got those 3 chambers cleared. They went ahead and moved over to the center to clear that center one, and they're over to help the red drone with the red chambers. As they reach that 30-second mark, they're going to hear that chime, and there it is. They're going to start working on those eclipses. We've got blue with their partial. They are already through that green keyhole gate. Red with their partial as well. Red going way out of the field, but coming back in, hitting that arch gate. But they made it under the red. They are upside down on the field. Doesn't look like they're going to make it way back up into the air. Blue lands onto the cube. Looks like we're going to have a partial for red and a full or a total eclipse for blue. As we make it for the A3L Federal Works Field for qualification match 248, we have Drone Boys and Indecisive. They're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones make it up into the air simultaneously. Blue in the front, working on those chambers. Red in the back, working on the pillars. Looks like the drone lightly tapping those white balls off those pillars. They've got 1 more left. And they keep all 4 pillars standing up as they make their way to the front of the field to help their alliance. Looks like they drop out of the air unexpectedly. They're back up to work on the chambers. Blue drone almost completing all 3 of those chambers over onto the red side. They've just got that final one to go as the red drone clears the first blue chamber, working on that middle chamber now. Looks like the blue drone has just 1 or 2 more balls left to clear, and they've done it, clearing all 3 on the red side. They're over into that very center chamber now, clearing all 24 balls out of it as their alliance partner clears out that final blue. They hear that 30-second chime to go over to the eclipse. Looks like blue gets the partial, red gets the partial. Trying to get through that green keyhole gate. Red makes it through. They've got about 10 seconds to try to complete that total eclipse. 5 seconds. Looks like they're going to be happy with the partial. Blue's going to try to land on the cube. Unfortunately, neither drone is able to land. Moving on to Katherine Johnson Field. Looks like we've only got 1 of our teams over here. We're going to start qualification match 249. Looks like we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, but we have the Imperials and 76553 that's going to be teamed up. Got both of our teams on the field. Just waiting for them to give us a thumbs up. Remember, we will have alliance selection immediately following qualification match 290. We have a thumbs up for them. So we're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like our blue drone's going to take the front of the field while our red drone's going to work primarily in the back, working on those pillars. Looks like our red drone's flying really high, trying to get low enough. Looks like they're going to try tapping that pillar. They managed to keep the pillar still standing and remove that white ball just by tapping it. Looks like the red drone's back on the floor. They're back up. Looks like they're having just a little bit of trouble controlling their drone. The blue drone up in the front has all 3 chambers cleared on that blue side. Our red drone seems to be now in control, and they have managed to clear all 4 white balls off of those pillars and leave them standing as they make their way to the front of the field. Our blue drone has 4 of those chambers cleared and is now currently working on the red. They're over there to help their alliance. They just heard that buzzer to let them know they can go work on that eclipse now. They've got a few chambers still left to clear on the red side, but blue has their partial. They're now trying to work on that total. Looks like they've got their total. Looks like red's going to be happy with the partial. Blue's going to go ahead and take those last 8 seconds and try to clear as many as they can over on the red side. With 3 seconds left, we got red landed on the landing pad and blue on the cube.
Playoffs? Don't talk about the playoffs yet. We've got some more qualifying matches to get through. This is match number 250. Down here on the Fairmont State University sponsored field. And we're looking at the Flying Spartacles and Chichester Iron Eagles. Both teams are ready. Visual observers, judges. 3, 2, 1, go! Co-pilots working with the drivers right now. Checking that elevation, making sure they're not dropping too low. If they drop too low, they hit those towers, and then towers knocked over don't give them any points, but they get 8 points for each of those towers. Now they'll move on to the chambers. Chambers are 5 points each when the alliance clears those. Balls have to be completely out of the chamber area, and if there's any balls left in there, they don't score, but when a chamber is completely cleared, they're scored for 5 points each. So that is 7 chambers for 35 points there. They've still got good 10 seconds before they're even allowed to go into the end game. They're not messing with the rollers or the 1-point balls. They're just going to take their time and line up for the eclipse. Apparently, if you are communicating in drone language, means you're through. Seven seconds left, and they're looking for 2 bullseyes. Easy peasy. Match 251, Aries and Piggy Pilot Society. They want to make theirs easy peasy too. They're all ready to go. Judges are ready with them. 3, 2, 1, go! The pilot for Aries going to line up there, come down, make a little touch. A little touch there. Tower's tipping a little bit, but not going anywhere. The Aries pilot heads over to the chambers. Banking drones 3619, almost completely done with their 3s of the chambers there. Yep. They'll help out the team by getting the center chamber there. Kind of a close call. You don't want those 2 drones hitting each other. You don't want them flipping each other upside down or crashing each other into stuff. In 5 seconds, they'll hear the chime, and they'll be able to go into the blackout area and do the eclipse. Blue has has the total eclipse. Good call by the visual observer when he says reset. They know what reset means. That's a specific place to go to get lined up again to start it over. That works out for them. And they drop it in the bullseye with plenty of time. Great run, leaving only one ball in the chamber. Boy, John's having a close look at that one, trying to decide, is that blue one on the mat or not? It's good, he says. On the far right side, the NASA Kevin Johnson for an independent verification and validation field. We have teams ready to go. Judges ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go. The Arsonist and Viking B together. Viking B, nice easy touch there on 3. 4 of 4 for 32 points. Arsonist moving the balls from the chambers. Going back for that one ball that was left over in chamber number 1. They're going to stick there with that last chamber to get those balls out. Ooh, and they take off, leaving the chambers. 2 chambers with balls in them still. No eclipse. And an upside down crash landing for blue. Sometimes when things go wrong, they go terribly wrong.
All right, we're back on the Fairmont State Field, match number 253. We've got When Pigs Fly from Morgantown, West Virginia. Their partners Ariel Arson from Washington, D.C. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. When Pigs Fly, heading to the chambers on the near side of the field. Ariel Arson clearing off the pillars in the back right corner. The first one scored. The second one follows quickly after, now realigning for pillars 3 and 4. In the meantime, When Pigs Fly clear out the first chamber on the red side. And now Ariel Arson joins them. Begins work on the blue side. That center chamber already cleared. Just under a minute remaining. And When Pigs Fly nearly have the third red chamber cleared. Ariel Arson making similar progress on the blue side of the field. 40 seconds, When Pigs Fly hovering in midfield, waiting for that end game chime. Ariel Arson finishes off the 7th chamber. Now both drones zipping through. Ariel Arson takes the first keyhole gate first and then slides sideways through the second. They get back into the field of play. When Pigs Fly through the first. A little short on the second. 15 seconds left. Ariel Arson going to land, lining up over the bullseye. I think they've got it. Plenty of time here. When Pigs Fly, touchdown right next door. And we're on to A3L Federal Works Field, match number 254, 54 even. The Flying Spartacles B lined up in red, Team Pluto in blue. We've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Team Pluto fast off the floor, lining up over the pillars. Flying Spartacles hovering over the blue chambers. 3 pillars scored quickly. There goes the 4th. That one topples over, though. Still 24 points for those 3 successful pillars. Just over a minute remaining. 1 chamber cleared. And now both drones working on that task. Flying Spartacles have cleared off 2. Team Pluto with 1, but nicely lined up for the next. Only a few balls left on either side. And it looks like the Spartacles are going to get their chambers cleared first. 35 seconds. Now they wend their way to the center of the field where they clear out that chamber as well. That chime means we're under 30 seconds, and Team Pluto is going to head to the Eclipse path. They're through the first one, taking direction from their visual observers. And they pop through the second. Now they go up and over, trying to come back and complete the path. Flying Spartacles joining them. They're through the first gate. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. Team Pluto going in for a landing. Hovering over the bullseye. 2 seconds left. They seem to have it. And we're back on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V field with Team Gold and Prop Chop. They're talking through their strategy, making sure their drones are set up and connected. All right, and one last check here. Now we're ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, lift off. Prop Chop quickly heads over to the chamber. It looks like something went wrong. That drone falling to the floor upside down. They're not going to be able to take back off, so this is all up to Team Gold. They're working on the pillars to start. And they score their second one. The first one took a tumble, but they quickly recover, and here is the third one scored. So that's 24 points guaranteed for these two teams. And now Team Gold heads over to the chamber, starting to empty out on the blue side. They have the farthest chamber empty for now, making good progress on the second. There they have it, that last ball bouncing out off the wall. 35 seconds now. Trying to clear out the log jam at the face of the third chamber. That chime means the Eclipse is available for them to try. 25 seconds. They are going to spend the extra time to clear out this chamber. There they have it. 3 chambers cleared. Now they clear the first gate, quickly through the second. 10 seconds left. They loop back through over the black, under the red arch, over the blue to finish the total Eclipse. They're going for the landing on the cube. 2 seconds left. One just a little bit wide.
Hey, for qualification match 256, we have the Chichester Mavericks teamed up with IRHS Drone Team 3 on the Fairmont State University field. We've got a thumbs up from both our pilots, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones up in the air. Blue's going to take the front while red is going to take the back. Red trying to lower down gently so that they don't knock over those pillars. Blue already with the first blue chamber cleared. Red with 2 balls knocked off those pillars. Now the third. They've just got that fourth one, and there they go. They've got 4 for 4. They're going to move to the front of the field and start trying to help clear some of those chambers. They're going to go to that red side. Blue accidentally moving one of those balls back into that upper chamber. They're going to quickly take it, move it down back into that lower chamber, and try to get it cleared. Red on the other side looks like they've got their first chamber cleared. Trying to get that middle and final chamber cleared over onto the other side as they reach 35 seconds. Looks like we've got 3 chambers cleared on the blue side. We've also got 3 cleared. I'm sorry, make that 2 cleared on the red side. Looks like there's 1 still left in that upper. As they make their way over to do the eclipse, looks like red with the total, while blue may be happy with a partial. Blue hovering over that blue cube. They've landed. Red's going to finish off that center chamber. They're going to head over to that landing pad with 4 seconds left. Now 3, 2, 1. And red makes the bullseye. Over on the A3L Federal Works field, we've got qualification match 257 ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like we've got the Bandits teamed up with Fluco Engineering 2. Red's taking the back of the field while Blue's going to work on the front. Blue hovering over that red side, starting to work on those chambers, clearing those out. While we've got our red drone working on that final pillar, knocking it off and keeping all 4 pillars standing and moving to the front to start working on those blue chambers. Looks like our red drone almost completely clearing that second chamber in the middle. They've just got to get the rest of those balls out of that third chamber and they will have all 3 cleared. Blue doing the same. Over on to the other side where the red chambers are. Red moving that roller out of the way. They're now at 35 seconds. Let's see if red can get some of those balls over into that goal. They already moved that roller out of the way, but they're going to leave it. They already have that partial eclipse. They're easily through that green keyhole gate. And looks like they've got their total eclipse. Blue still over there fighting with those chambers. They're going to go ahead with 12 seconds left to try to clear that center chamber. Their red alliance has already landed into that center bullseye. 3 seconds left. Blue made their way over to the landing pad, and they lifted up at the last second. That may hurt them.
And just a reminder, folks, as our competition heats up, as we approach our finals, give your student pilots all of your cheering, your love and support, but do not coach or direct them from the stands. It's a championship event. They know what they're doing.
On the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 258, we have teamed up Lincoln County High School Team X with the Delta Flyers. We've got a thumbs up. We're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, fly. Blue making their way to the chambers as red works the back of the field with those pillars, hovering over one of those pillars, trying to get angled just right so they don't knock it over. They're back up into the air. They're going to lower back down again, see if they can get a better angle, and they do, knocking over the first 2, keeping those pillars upright. Our blue drone in the front already has one of those chambers cleared on the blue side. Red almost knocking over one of those third pillars, but they managed to keep it upright, and they knocked off the 4th one, keeping 4 upright. They moved to the front of the field to start helping their alliance partner out with the red side of those chambers, as blue is trying to finish off that third chamber. Red quickly clearing those chambers on the red side. There are 40 seconds left on the clock. They still have plenty of time as blue finishes off that third chamber with just a couple more balls left to blow out. As they hear that chime, letting them know they can go into that eclipse zone. Blue's going to go ahead and try to clear out those 24 balls that are in the middle. Red finishes off theirs on the red side. That's 3. Red with the partial eclipse. Blue also with the partial eclipse. Both drones trying to get navigated around that green keyhole gate with 8 seconds left. Both of them having trouble. 2 seconds left. Looks like they're going to go for the partial, and both crash land upside down in the middle of the field.
Ooh, isn't it great that Fairmont State lets us be here for this event? We're so glad that they do, and appreciative of Fairmont State University that we named this field the Fairmont State University Field. And now these teams are ready down here on the Fairmont State University Field for their next match. They are the Hornets and the Flying Ninja Nuggets. 3, 2, 1, go! Flying Ninja Nuggets and Hornets. Counting down from a minute and 30 seconds as they work on the towers. Those oversized ping-pong balls on top of the towers. Caught the edge of that tower and knocked the whole tower down. That means they'll get 8 points for the first tower, 8 points for the third tower. And 8 points for the fourth tower. In the center of the field, they'll go to work with the Hornets to get chambers cleared and get 5 points per chamber. Leaving just one ball in the chamber means that chamber is not clear, which means there's no points for that chamber. So they've got to get every ball completely out of the chamber for 5 points for that chamber. The key to this task is making sure that the drone stays completely on one side and not splitting the balls up into two groups so they can push those balls across. Looks like they've left 1, 2, 3, 4 chambers with balls in them as they've headed to the Eclipse pad. Visual observers giving them directions on how high to fly and which direction to fly. You know, drones fly sideways, front and back, so it's not just which way left and right to go. They've got to tell them which way they're facing and which way to go and get stuff done. Last second of the match, they bring it in, but not landed. A3L Federal Works, one of the sponsors for this year's 2024 Aerial Drone Championship. Aerial Wolves Charlie and Sky Strikers together in this match. Aerial Wolves and Charlie are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Flight! I always want to yell charge after I hear that bugle. It's like a ball game. If this was a ball game, these Sky Strikers are batting 1,000 with all 4 of those balls off the top of the towers. Woodbridge, Virginia Aerial Wolves Charlie taking care of chambers. Charlie's got those balls split into 2 groups there. They need to move that single ball back to the audience's left and closer to them. There they go. Through that 4-inch opening in the tubes. All 35 points for the chambers. They're into position, getting ready to start the eclipse maneuvers. Partial eclipses from both teams. The most challenging part now is they cannot see that green archway from where the pilots are standing. Red needs to bring that drone down to get them back in bounds. Engage. Not happening. Match 261, River Valley Rats and PCCHS Red Barons. Perry County, Kentucky in the blue, and Springfield, Vermont in the red. Teams are ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Nice hop off the ground there to get him in position for the chambers. Quick Perry County off of that with the towers. Nicely done. 13 seconds. That's super good time on that. That's going to give them more time on their chambers, more time on their eclipse, more time on their landing. Maybe even some time for some balls behind those roller cylinders. Let's see if they do the thingy thing here. Yes, they roll the cylinder back. They got a full 15 seconds to play with those balls going across the front of the cylinder. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 behind there. 3 of them rolled into the goal. 4 of them rolled into the goal. Now the blackout zone is open. Now they're working on going through the eclipse. Partial eclipse, the yellow hoop is a keyhole for 5 points, but it's 25 for the total eclipse. And the red drone is landed on the cube. Blue completing their eclipse. John gives it to him as the time expires for the top of the eclipse. Back to you, Ryan.
And we're back on the Fairmont State Field, match 262 with the Tech Titans and Aerial Wolves Alpha. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Tech Titans heading to the pillars. Aerial Wolves to the chambers. First pillar scored. And the second, they've got a nice system going here. There's the third pillar and the fourth. Now the Tech Titans joining the Aerial Wolves on the near side of the field. They've been making good progress on these chambers. One cleared out so far. The next two in a nice position to be scored soon. 1 minute remaining. Two chambers scored on the blue side. The third, only a few balls remaining. Red, also only a few game pieces left, spread amongst a few chambers. 32 seconds. Tech Titans head to the eclipse path. They're through the first gate. 22 seconds, plenty of time here. Visual observer sending them on through. They're through the gates. In the meantime, Aerial Wolves continuing to clear out the chambers. There's number 7, 10 seconds left. Tech Titans finish their eclipse path. 5 seconds, at least a partial for Aerial Wolves. 3, 2, 1. And we're on to A3L Federal Works Field. We've got 76-5-53 from Prince Frederick, Maryland. Their partners Firebolts of Edison, New Jersey. Pilots are going through their strategy here. Making sure their drones are powered up and connected. All right, our pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. 76-5-53 heads to the back right corner, working on those pillars. Quickly scoring the first, using the bottom of their prop guard to pull the ball off the top. There's 3 down and 4 in under 15 seconds. They're going to join their partners, the Firebolts, on the near side of the field. Firebolts have cleared out one chamber, and the second one's just 1 ball away. There they have it. Still more than a minute left. 76-5-53 almost clears the first chamber. There's 1 ball left. Same for the second. Firebolts clear out their third on the blue side. Now they work on the center chamber. Some good flying from both of these pilots. 45 seconds left. 4, 5, 6 chambers cleared out of 7. Firebolts move the roller out of the way so they can access the blue goal in the front right corner. Each ball in that goal worth 1 point. Under 30 seconds now, both teams heading to the eclipse path. A collision there, but that drone might be able to get back up off the ground. Firebolts have come through the first gate and the second. Now they loop around over the top. 15 seconds underneath Firebolts, completing the eclipse path. Under 10 seconds now. Blue drone heads to the bullseye. 3, 2, 1. And that's the match. And we're back on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V field for match number 264 with
Indecisive and the Flying Spartacles. Teams are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Indecisive decisively heads to the chambers. They're hovering over the red chambers there, while Flying Spartacles line up over the first pillar. They knock it free. And the second. One chamber cleared on the near side of the field for Indecisive. Flying Spartacles swoop past and get the fourth pillar. Now they're going to join their friends on the near side. Two chambers clear on the red side, one on blue. 48 seconds remaining. Four chambers cleared now, 2 on each side. Both drones nearly having the third. Indecisive is going to clear out the red side, then the center. Now both drones pulling away from the chambers, beginning to move to the eclipse path. Indecisive goes through the first gate, Flying Spartacles right after. Indecisive gets the second, now up and over. Corkscrewing around these arch gates to finish the eclipse path, and now Flying Spartacles right behind them. Under 10 seconds now, but 2 total eclipse paths. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Very close finish there at the end. Our referees have some decisions to make as we walk back down to the Fairmont State Field.
Qualification match 265. We have the Chichester Chi Flyers and the Flying Pigs teamed up here on the Fairmont State University field. We've got thumbs up from both our pilots. We're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Our blue drone's going to take the front of the field while red taking the back, already knocking off one of those white balls off its pillar, keeping it standing. Our blue drone already clearing out all 24 balls in that center chamber, moving on to the red as our red drone in the back is working on that final pillar, keeping all 4 standing. They're going to move to the front. Looks like they're going to work on that blue side, clearing that first chamber as our blue drone is clearing the final chamber on the red side. Looks like they've got just 1 or 2 more balls in that chamber on that red side to clear. Our red drone has plenty of time with 45 seconds left on the clock to clear the final chamber on the blue side. As our blue drone finishes clearing all in the red, they're going to head over to that blackout screen and wait for that 30-second chime. Here comes our red drone. All 7 chambers are clear. Blue with their partial, easily making it through the green keyhole gate. Red with their partial as well. They also make it through that green keyhole gate. Both of our teams already with 15 seconds left, they have their total eclipses. They have 10 seconds, plenty of time to angle over those, and both getting bullseyes with 5 seconds left on the clock, and I think that's where they're going to sit. On the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 266, we have number 5 and the Drone Boys teamed up. Already with thumbs up in the air. We're going to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like Drone Boys has the blue drone already in the back, clearing those pillars. Number 5 up in the front. Looks like their drone is red. It's down on the ground for just a second, but they quickly managed to get themselves back up into the air to start clearing those red chambers. They've got that first red chamber cleared, working on the second as the Drone Boys in the back clear that final pillar. They've got all 4 standing, so they'll get full 32 points for that, and they move to the front. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get that roller out of the way before they start clearing those blue chambers. Number 5 only has one more chamber left to clear over on the red side. They have plenty of time with 45 seconds left. Just a couple more balls to move out, and they've got all 3 chambers cleared on the red side. As the drone boys with their blue drone finishing up, looks like their alliance partner coming over to help them out as they hear that buzzer letting them know they can start those eclipses. Number 5 finishing up that center. Both drones accidentally slamming into each other as they tried to get through that green keyhole gate, but they managed to get themselves back up. Looks like our blue drone is going to be happy with the partial, as our red drone, with 5 seconds left, goes ahead for the total eclipse. They try to land on the red cube and slide off as our blue drone makes it into the bullseye. Please remember, everything that we say as MCs is purely for entertainment value. It is up to the head referee and our scorekeeper as to what gets scored. As we come over to the Katherine Johnson field.
So you think you're entertaining? Is that what it is?
You're definitely entertaining. As we make our way over to the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 267, we have Airbank 1 and Aerial Avengers ready to go. They're giving us a thumbs up, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Very interesting take with our blue drone. They decided to fly under the green wire over back to the pillars. It worked out for them. They got 3 of the 4 pillars standing. As they make their way to the front to help their partner out, start clearing those chambers. We've got our red drone working on those blue chambers as our blue drone is working on the red chambers. Looks like each of them has just one more chamber left to clear on either side. As the red chamber finishes off the blue side and starts working on that middle, they both come dangerously close to each other. With 50 seconds left, looks like we've still got one more chamber left to clear as the red drone moves that roller out of the way and scores a couple into the blue goal for a few more extra points. We're reaching that 35-second point as the blue drone finishes off that last chamber. Both drones, as they are waiting to go into the blackout zone, slam into each other with 25 seconds left, but they get back up into the air. Our blue drone has a partial eclipse. They're through. Our red drone also with a partial eclipse. They're also through. 10 seconds left. Looks like both of them are going to end up with a total eclipse. They have 5 seconds left. Our blue drone is on the mat. 2 seconds left. Both drones on the landing pad, but neither with a bullseye.
Here we go. Match 268. Drone Masters and Bill and the boys. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go! Drone Masters working on the towers. Bill and the boys already have 2 chambers clear, 3 chambers clear. Drone Masters on the ground, but they recover quickly and take back off, working on their towers. Bill and the boys working on the second set of chambers. Good job keeping all those balls on one side of the drone, keeping together in one big group. That's the key to successfully getting those out of there as quick as possible. They do that, and let's let Drone Masters head straight for that blackout, but they've got 20 seconds before they're even allowed to go there. They're going to do the thingy thing. Good communication between pilots and co-pilots there. Bill and the boys pushing 5 balls across there, 3 of them into the 1-point zone. I call that thingy thing bonus zone, but it's really just a 1 point zone for their scoring. They're working on going through the green keyhole. Green keyhole is the second of the steps of the complete total eclipse. Next step of the total eclipse is going under the red and then over the blue. Nice recovery to go over the blue instead of the corner there. And then they're going to come in for a landing. Not going to make the landing on the red. A3L Federal Works Field in the very center of the arena. Queen Team and Country Drones take me home. Looks like the visual observers are ready, pilots are ready, co-pilots are ready, judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! And it's Country Drones take me home, working on the towers. 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's done that in 12 seconds. Now they're going to work over on the chambers. Country Drones in the red drone moving the blue balls. And the Queen Team working on the red balls with the blue drone. They've got 57 seconds left, plenty of time. They're on schedule there. Seconds left. They got 15 seconds before that blackout and the end game even opens up. Andrew rolls the roller back. Going to work on the thingy thing. Queen Team working on their eclipse now. They leave one ball in the chambers because they've got to get through the eclipse. And no landing for the red drone. Down at the right-hand side of the arena on the NASA Kathleen Johnson IV&V Facilities Field. Teams are ready down here. Judges are ready down here. And 3, 2, 1, go for Aries and Hermes. Woodbridge, Virginia and Morgantown, West Virginia. These teams are together to put up a combined score that they will share. It will add to or subtract from their averages to put their rankings for the qualifying rounds. Nice quick job from the Aries team. I'm getting the 4 towers balls cleared off of for 32 points. Now they're going to work on the balls that are in the chambers. Using the downdraft from the propellers. The teams move back and forth to move the balls through the maze, and they get 5 points per chamber that's completely cleared. It looks like those blue balls are kind of cramming up in that alleyway. The lower they fly to them, the faster those balls fly, but the harder they are to control. A ball that jumps to the pipe and goes to the outside is fine, because as long as it's out of the chambers, we really don't care. With 20 seconds left, both teams are working on the eclipses. They've left some balls in one of the chambers. Great communication there with those visual observers. And the blue drone smashes against the side of the box. And then they decide to go for the 5-point landing. 5-point for the landing pad, 15 for the bullseye. Back to you, Ryan, at the Fairmont field.
That's right. Teams are almost go for match number 271 on the Fairmont State Field. In red, we have the River Valley Rads, their partners in blue, Team Gold. Pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Team Gold flies over to the pillars on the back corner of the field. River Valley Rads heading to the chambers on the red side of the field. The color of lights on each of these drones tells us where they're supposed to land at the end of the match. Doesn't have any effect on the chambers they have to clear or the balls they score. Just over 1 minute remaining. Two pillars scored, 2 pillars toppled over, so still 16 points as Team Gold River Valley Rads on the near side of the field. The Rads have cleared out 4 chambers and now moving the roller out of the way to try and move those balls into the goal on the left corner. In the process, though, they've blown some of them back into the chambers and de-scored them. They've got plenty of time, though, to recover. River Valley Rads are the first through the keyhole gate, now lining up with the second using their visual observers. They're through. Now over, under, and over again to complete the equips path. Team Gold following close to complete eclipses. Under 5 seconds now. Rads clearing out one more chamber trying to land, but time runs out. We're on to A3L Federal Works Field for our next match. In red, North Marion Aerial Drone Team M from Farmington, West Virginia. Their partners, the Flying Top Hats from North Sutton, New Hampshire. This is match 272 out of 290, so we have 18 more qualification matches to go. At the conclusion of qualification match 290, we need 1 student representative near the field in the queuing area, I'm going to say, for our Alliance selection process and elimination tournament. Our top 10 teams will get the opportunity to choose their partners in the Alliance selection process. We have just over an hour remaining on the skills field team, so you have until 3 p.m. to finish those skills runs. All right, we're back on A3L Federal Works Field. Pilots getting set back up here. Looks like they're ready to go. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Flying Top Hats heading over to the pillars, trying to find their approach here. In the meantime, North Marion Aerial Drone Team, they've cleared out 2 chambers on the blue side, and they did that from the front of the field to the back. That makes the later ones a little bit easier to clear out. 1 pillar scored by the Top Hats. One of them unfortunately topples, but it looks like they've got the other 3 worth 8 points apiece. 50 seconds left. North Marion has cleared out 3.5 chambers. Here comes the 4th. And while they do that, the Flying Top Hats start working on the other side. North Marion, they've moved the roller now. They're trying to score all of those balls into the blue goal. Looks like they may have half a dozen or so. As we hear that 30-second chime, that means we're in the endgame period and teams can fly through the eclipse path. The Flying Top Hats make it through the first gate and the second. Now they have to go over and around these arch gates to get full credit for a 25-point total eclipse. 10 seconds left, they do it, and they swoop into the landing zone. While they do, North Marion, 3 seconds left. They've cleared out all the chambers, but they hit the barrier and the ground. We're going to take a walk down to the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V Facility Field, where Aerial Arson and IRHS Drone Team 3 are ready to fly. All right, we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Aerial Arson flying the red drone into the pillar area. Ooh, it looks like that first pillar gets toppled. It was close. I thought it might drop back onto its base. 75 seconds left. Plenty of time here. It's IRHS Drone Team 3. They've cleared out the first chamber. They're lining up for the second. In the meantime, Aerial Arson cleanly scores the next 3 pillars. That's 24 points for these 2 drones. IRHS finishes out the second chamber on the blue side of the field. Aerial Arson flies through the center. Almost got that emptied out as well. 35 seconds, Aerial Arson. Looks like they're lining up for the eclipse path. There's the chime. They've gone through the first gate, so that's partial. They're through the second very quickly. IRHS following close behind. I think they made it through the first gate. Then they head back out into the open field. 15 seconds. There we've got that total path completed for the red drone. 10 seconds now. They're lining up near the cubes, trying to find their place. Both drones landed, one on the red cube, but one on the blue landing pad.
On the Fairmont State University field for qualification match 274, we have the Flying Sparkle C team teamed up with Riverside Rad A. Thumbs up from both pilots. Going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Our red drone is going to go ahead and take the front of the field while the blue drone working on those pillars in the back. Accidentally knocking over that second pillar. Let's see if they can keep the other 2 upright. And they do, so that's going to give them points for 3 out of the 4 as they make their way to the front of the field to start helping to clear out those chambers. Looks like they're going to go for that middle chamber first, clearing out those 24 balls that are in the center. Red almost getting the last of those balls out. Looks like they've done it. So 4, 5 of those chambers cleared as blue is working on the blue side with 50 seconds left. We've got 45 seconds left. Looks like blue's having just a little bit of trouble getting the rest of those balls out of that middle chamber on the blue side, but they've managed to do it. Red moving that roller to the side. Looks like they've scored at least one of those balls over into the red goal as they come over to the eclipse with the partial eclipse. Blue getting the last of those balls out of that blue side. Red completing the total eclipse as blue comes over with 17 seconds left. They get the partial eclipse, trying to get through that green keyhole gate with 10 seconds left. Looks like they're going to be happy with the partial. We've got red landed on the landing pad. Looks like it might actually be a bullseye with 2 seconds left. Blue going to be on the landing pad. As we move over to the A3L Federal Works Field for qualification match 275. Looks like we're going to do a quick test. We've got our thumbs up now, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Over here we've got teamed up Fluco Engineering 1 with the Chichester Mavericks. Our red drone in the back of the field, very carefully trying to knock those white balls off of those pillars. They've got 1, 2, 3 knocked off, going for the fourth. That last fourth one teetered a little bit, but he managed to keep it upright as he moves to the front of the field to start helping to clear those chambers. Our blue drone finishing off the red side of those chambers as they go over to the center chamber, quickly clearing out all 24. They're going to go over and start helping their alliance partner with the blue side now. They've got 45 seconds left. Both teams working together, coming way too close. Looks like our blue drone is upside down. They're not going to be getting back up, but the red one is still in flight. They're going to finish off with 30 seconds left. Looks like they've got like 2 chambers still left to clear as they go over to complete their eclipse. Looks like they still need to go through that yellow keyhole gate. With 15 seconds left, they're going to go ahead and decide to finish off those chambers with 10 seconds left, making their way over to the landing pad with 5 seconds. They're on the landing pad, but not in the bullseye. We're on the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 276. We have the Flying Spartacles B and Aerial Wolves Foxtrot. They're ready to go, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue's going to take the front of the field, working on those chambers while red moves to the back. Red dropping down to the ground. Let's see if they can get themselves back up into the air to finish those pillars, while blue clears their first chamber over into the front. Red still trying to clear their first pillar, and they finally do it. They've got 3 more left to go. There's the second. There's the third. 1 more left to go. Let's see if they can keep it standing. It teeters just a little bit, but they keep it up. They come very close to hitting that wire, but they're making their way to the front of the field to go help finish off that red set of chambers. Looks like the blue drone has managed to clear almost all the chambers. They're now going to move that roller to the side, push some of those blue into the blue hole. Looks like they accidentally shoved some back into those chambers, but they quickly got them out. As they hear that buzzer, they're going to move over into that eclipse zone. Looks like our red has already got their partial eclipse. Blue trying to clear out the rest of those red chambers. They've at least got balls in each of the 3 chambers, but looks like now they've managed to make it only 2 as red works on their total eclipse, and time unfortunately runs out before they're able to land.
And now down to the Fairmont State University field on the left side of the gym. We have qualifying match 277, the Winged Warriors from Riverside High School. They're matched up with River Valley Rads from Springfield, Vermont. in mind, the name of the game is Eclipse. 25 points for your Eclipse, 15 for a bullseye landing, 10 for the cube, 5 for the outside of the landing pad. Then you've got 5 points each for the chambers. You've got 5 points for the partial eclipse. You've got 8 points for each of the towers, unless you knock the tower over. You got it. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. Visual observers are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly. Look at the focus on their faces. Precision there. They're trying to keep their elevation right off the ground. They're trying to keep control of the drone, not being flying all crazy. These drones have 3 speeds. It can be a 1 beep for speed 1, a 2 beep for speed 2, or a 3 beep for speed 3. Speed 3 is a fast flying, drifting, out of control on the edge of control drone, but hard to control. So a lot of pilots, they switch for 1 per part of it and 2 for part of it. But when they're running their skills and doing their skills challenges for piloting, they are running in 3 the whole time. Both these teams, Winged Warriors and River Valley Rads, working together back and forth to get those chambers clear. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 points there. It's a perfect match so far with 32 seconds left. Both teams completing their partial eclipse. Good directions from both of the visual observers. Total eclipses for both teams. With 14 seconds left, they're going into the landing pad. Looks like 2 bullseye. Perfect match. Two great teams up here next. Fluco Engineering 2 and the Flying Ninja Nuggets. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go flight. Miscommunication there where they were both headed towards the towers. The red drone pulls up and goes into the blue arch gate, but then they recover and they're back in the air again. Only a few seconds lost. See if they can make up that time on the chambers. Flying Ninja Nuggets has got all the towers taken care of. 1 minute and 7 seconds left in this match. These two teams are working with a combined score for this match. That combined score will average with the rest of their scores for the day and yesterday, and that will give them a ranking. That ranking will then help the other teams determine who will pick who for the alliances, coming up very soon. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six chambers clear as the Fluco Engineering 2 gave the Flying Ninja Nuggets time to get through the first of the keyhole gates. They make a partial eclipse, and they're going to head to land. And then the full eclipse is made by the blue drone. And they pull up a landing on the cube. Nicely done, teams. Chichester Iron Eagles and Hyper Drones together. Teams are ready. John gives a thumbs up. We got a thumbs up from the judges. 3, 2, 1, go! Love the sound of that bugle. That means our teams are off with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. They're counting down. They're moving balls to the chambers. They're moving balls off the top of the pillars. It's a little touch there on the pillar, but not too much. You don't want to knock the pillars over, and they get 32 for the pillars. Iron Eagle's working on the red. Hyperdrone's working on the blue. Hyperdrone's very low to the ground there on that last pass over there. As the end game opens up, they head back behind the blackout curtain. Both teams creating the partial eclipse. And they do complete that total eclipse. Back down to the Fairmont field. Ryan.
That's right. We're here for match number 280, where we've got the Hornets from Orange, Virginia. Their partners, Flight Club from Morgantown, West Virginia. We'll get started in just a minute once we get our head referee. All right, thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flight Club heading towards the chambers. Hornets on the pillars. They quickly scored the first one, and these drones started in such a way that they had to cross paths. Some very cognizant driving as they looped around each other. 2 pillars scored in the back right corner. The other 2 take a tumble. 1 minute remaining. Flight Club has cleared out 3 chambers on the red side and the center. Now the Hornets are moving in on the blue side of the chambers. 1 of them cleared already, and they're making some nice progress on the next 2. 45 seconds left. Flight Club, they're just hanging out, waiting for that chime. Giving Hornets plenty of space to work, and it works out. There's only 1 ball left in a chamber as we hear the 30-second mark. Flight Club quickly through the first gate, and the second. Now they get to loop up and around the remainder. 20 seconds left. Hornets doing the same. They're through the first gate and the second. 15 seconds left. Flight Club ended. They're a little wide, I think. I'm not a referee, though. Nothing I say matters. 1 drone on a cube. The other bounces off. 2 seconds left. And we're going to take a slow walk down to the A3L Federal Works Field, where we have Sky Strikers and Lincoln County High School getting ready to take off. We have just 10 qualification matches left Immediately following the qualification match 290, we'll go into our alliance selection process. All right, thumbs up all around. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Lincoln County High School heading to the blue chambers on the near side. Sky Strikers hovering over the pillars in the back right. They clear the first two and then head towards the barrier for 3 and 4. There they have it, all 4 pillars scored. In the meantime, Lincoln County High School, they've almost cleared out 2 of those chambers. Just cleaning them up now and working on the third. Sky Strikers moving swiftly over the red side with a minute remaining. They've cleared out the farthest chamber as well. Continuing to shuffle things forward. Lincoln County High School clears their third. Now they hover over the center of the field to empty that one out as well. 6 chambers cleared. The 7th nearly empty as well. Lincoln County High School hovers in front of the first gate, waiting on that chime. Now they slide through. They're partially through the eclipse path. They cut back and get the second gate. Now they have to loop back over and under and over to finish the eclipse path. A very clean set of gates there from the Sky Strikers as well. We've got 2 total eclipses with 10 seconds to spare. Teams trying to line up over the bullseyes for maximum points. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. All right, we're back to the Katherine Johnson Field. Thumbs up all around. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. On the near side, flying the red drone, Aerial Wolves, Charlie, clearing out that first chamber very quickly. Their partners, Galaxy Drones, hovering over the pillars with their blue lights on. There's the first scored. Aerial Wolves quickly clearing that second chamber. And 3 pillars scored, the 4th one tipping over. So 24 points in pillars in this match. Galaxy Drones joining in on chambers, and before they do, they roll one of the rollers out of the way. That gives these drones access to the goal. 45 seconds, Aerial preparing to move towards the eclipse path. Plenty of time before that starts, though. While Galaxy Drones continue to clear out the chambers. There's just one left as we hear that 30-second chime. Aerial Wolves go through the first gate. Galaxy Drones join them. Drones very close to each other here. Aerial Wolves make it through the second gate. Now they go over, under, and over to finish the path. Galaxy Drones following quickly after. 10 seconds left. Aerial Wolves on a landing pad. 5 seconds. Galaxy Drones sliding in next to them. Both very close to the bullseyes there as time expires.
We're back on the Fairmont State University field for qualification match 283, where we have When Pigs Fly teamed up with Arsonists. We've got thumbs up from both our pilots, so we're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our teams up in the air, our blue drone in the back taking care of those pillars, while our red drone in the front is working on those chambers. They decided to go for that very center chamber first, working on all 24 of those balls, getting them taken care of, while our blue drone in the back keeping all 4 pillars standing as they move to the front to go help their alliance partner out with clearing those chambers. They're still above a minute, and they've almost got all 7 chambers cleared. Looks like our blue drone has 1 ball. It's moving towards the front of those chambers. They've just got that last chamber left on that blue side. Our red alliance looks like they've got that 1 chamber over there on that other side with just 1 ball each in the upper chambers that they'll have to take care of. Looks like they're going to try to get the rest of those out to keep them from bunching up on the end as they get to that 35-second mark. Blue coming over with the assist as they hear that buzzer. Red going ahead and getting their partial, easily going through that green keyhole gate. Blue with their partial as well as red goes over and gets their total eclipse. Looks like blue is following suit, and they both have a total eclipse with 10 seconds left. Both of them are heading over to their landing pads with 5 seconds. Looks like they're both on the landing pads. Don't know if they quite got a bullseye for that blue drone. As we make it over to the A3L Federal Works field for qualification match 284, where we have the Mockingjays teamed up with Team Pluto. We've got thumbs up from our pilots, so we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Both drones make it up into the air simultaneously. Our blue drone, they're going to go ahead and work on those chambers over on the blue side, while our red drone in the back already has 2, now 3 of those pillars taken care of, just knocking off that 4th white ball, leaving all 4 pillars standing. That'll get their alliance 32 points. They make their way up to the front of the field where they're going to start working on those red chambers, as blue has just that one last chamber for the blue to work on. Red already clearing the top 2 chambers. They're already on that final chamber. Those balls kind of bunching up there in the funneling, having trouble just funneling those out, but they're getting it cleared as the blue drone works on clearing out that center chamber. Looks like they now have all 7 chambers completely clear. As they get to 35 seconds, looks like both drones are waiting to hear that chime. And there they hear it. Red already with their partial. Blue making their way with their partial. Both drones easily making it through that green keyhole as red already finishes their total. Blue gets their total, and they are still at 10 seconds. Red on the landing pad, blue on the landing pad. Looks like both with the bullseye. They still have 3 seconds on the clock. We have the Katherine Johnson field for qualification match 285, where we have Prop Chop and Imperials teamed up. They're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue's going to take the back, working on those pillars, as red takes the front of the field, already working on those blue chambers. Looks like blue has half already knocked off with 2 pillars standing. Let's see if they can keep those other 2 pillars standing. They're now working on that final one, accidentally hitting the final pillar, but they at least get points for the other 3 that are standing. They make their way up to the front of the field, where they're going to start working on those red chambers to help their alliance out. Looks like, unfortunately, they have ended up upside down on the field. That means they are done for the rest of the match. That leaves their alliance partner, the red drone, to work completely by themselves as they clear out that center chamber. They've got 40 seconds left. Looks like they're going to do the smart thing and go with clearing that first chamber first so that they don't get stopped up at the beginning. As they reach that 30-second mark, they're going to go ahead and leave those chambers. They've got the partial, at least, working with their visual observer, trying to get through that green keyhole gate, and they accidentally slam into the blackout curtain. They're not getting up. That battery is out. They have 12 seconds left. Both drones are out. That was definitely an unfortunate match for both of those teams.
Thanks, Stephanie. I was tapping a little nap there. Just resting my eyes. Not really asleep, just resting. But I am ready to go now for 286. Teams are ready. John's ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Just Keep Flying from Morgantown, West Virginia, headed over to the towers. Nice, easy touch on all four of those towers. 32 points they racked up there. Now they're working on 5 points per chamber. Vikings B. And Just Keep Flying. Vikings B from Woodbridge, Virginia, has moved the cylinder. They've got some balls started to go across the front there. Pop the ball over top of the pipe, which is a perfectly fine way to get it out. Now they're going to go and head for the Eclipse. And a landing in the bullseye for Just Keep Flying. They're going to go for the landing now with the last 3 seconds of the match. And they landed in the bullseye. A3L Federal Works sponsored field here in the middle of the gym. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. And 3, 2, 1, go. The Bandits and Elite Panthers make the Elite Bandits if you put them together. And they are together just for this match, unless they choose to be together later on in the elimination. Bandits get all 4 of the towers cleared off for 32 points. These guys have flown together before, against each other before. West Virginia teams, South Charleston teams. Visual observer gives great directions there, getting them through the Eclipse. On NASA's field down here on the right side. Teams are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Flight. Aerial aces working on the towers quickly. 8, 16, 24. 32. And they're off to the chambers. Piggy Pilot Society has one of their chambers cleared out. All the balls move to the next one there. Seconds left in the match. Nice push there with that downdraft. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 points for the chambers. All chambers cleared. Visual observers working with the pilots now to give them directions and get them through the keyhole, under the arch gate, over the blue arch gate. 12 seconds left. A little adjustment there, and they're both on the bullseye.
And we're making our way back down to the Fairmont State University field match for 289 of 290. After qualification number 290, we're going to go right into our alliance selection process. So one student representative from each team should come over to the queuing area so that we can start that promptly. After the conclusion of our alliance selection process, skills fields will remain open until 3, and then we'll roll into our finals rounds. All right, our teams are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Our penultimate match in blue on the near side, moving that roller, is Lincoln County High School Team X. They move both rollers, then begin to clear out the chambers. Their partners, the PCCHS Red Barons from Hazard, Kentucky, quickly scoring all 4 pillars. A little loop around the last one, but they find the positioning. Just over a minute remaining. Both drones now clearing out chambers. Lincoln County High School X has that blue side almost completely cleared out. Only 1 ball remaining inside. And the Red Barons, they've got 2 of their own, looking to add a 3rd here in just a few seconds. Lincoln County High loops around into the blue goal area. I don't see any balls going with them. But they have a few more seconds to try as all the chambers are cleared. And we've not heard that chime yet. There it is. Lincoln County High School heads to the Eclipse path first. They're through the first gate, dropping down, readjusting. And now they're through. The Red Barons right behind them. They were waiting there for Lincoln County to clear out so that they didn't interfere with each other. And now both drones finishing up their Eclipse paths with 10 seconds remaining. Lincoln County goes to land. 5 seconds left. They're near the pad, near the center. 2 seconds. 1. And we head to A3L Federal Works Field for our final qualification match. 290 qualification matches over the past 2 days. After this one, we only have 17 to go in the finals. Our pilots are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Flying the red drone towards the pillars are the Delta Flyers from North Sutton, New Hampshire. Their partners, Apogee from Charleston, West Virginia, have already cleared off 1 chamber and lined up for the second. 75 seconds left. The Delta Flyers get the 4th pillar. That's 32 points total for these 2 teams. Still over a minute remaining. And good progress has been made on those chambers. The blue ones nearly completely cleared out, and they have shuttled some of those balls towards the blue goal for 1 point apiece. 50 seconds left, and the Delta Flyers almost have that second red chamber cleaned out. Both drones now hovering near the center, carefully swapping positions. The Delta Flyers going to clear out the center chamber while Apogee flies over the red side. 6 chambers cleared and only a couple of balls left in the 7th as we hear the end game chime. Delta Flyers heading over to the Eclipse path. They're through the first gate for a partial. Apogee is as well. Delta Flyers through the second gate, now coming back through the arches. 15 to go. Looks like both drones deciding to fly a complete eclipse and a partial here, and maybe 2 bullseyes with 5 seconds to go. Thumbs up from the observers. They're happy with their position as time expires on match 290. All right, folks, we're going to take a few minutes to take that final score, finalize those rankings, and get our alliance selection process started. In the meantime, I need 1 student representative from each team to meet with John over in the queuing area to talk about alliance selection and finals.
Hey, folks, if you're here for Alliance selection, one representative per team, come check in with me at queuing. Hey folks, I'm still missing a good chunk of teams for Alliance selection. If you can see one of the following teams, please have them send a representative to the queuing table and check in with me. The teams I'm missing are 22192 Delta, 54309 A and D, Alpha and Delta, 60355 Alpha and Bravo, 61736 Alpha, 76553 Alpha, and 91635 Charlie. All of those teams need to send a representative to Alliance selection immediately.
Hello, folks. As we go through our final preparations for Alliance selection, the running track is now open for spectators. It's halfway between the second and third floor on the stairs is the entrance. That is now open for spectators to get a bird's eye view of our finals matches.
And I still need 4 more teams for Alliance selection. Those teams are 5, 4, 3, 0, 9, Alpha and Delta, 7, 6, 5, 5, 3, Alpha, and 9, 1, 6, 3, 5, Charlie. This is the last call. If you can see one of those 4 teams, they need to send a representative to check in with me for Alliance selection immediately.
Where's the beak?
Welcome, everyone, to the Alliance selection process. Before we begin, let's hear it for all 58 of the teams that competed here this weekend. They made their way through a long season of competition and qualification to reach the Northeastern Aerial Drone Championship. In just a few moments, we'll invite our number 1 seeded team to join us up here on the stage and invite another team to join their alliance for the finals matches. That invited team can accept their invitation, in which case we have an alliance and they'll head off to the side to begin their strategy. However, that team may also decline the invitation, in which case they can choose to make their own alliance when their turn comes around, but they cannot be invited to join a different alliance. Teams can only receive 1 invitation. So there's some strategy here at the end of the season about what teams they think they will work best with. So we may see some declines today, and if we do, that's just fine. It's part of the process, and that inviting team will select again. Once we have one alliance formed, we'll find our next highest ranked team who's not a member of an alliance already, and they'll get to make their choice. We'll keep that up until we have 10 alliances to move on into the finals.
Okay, alliance number 1, 77935D.
77935D is Bill and the Boys from Avon Grove High School in West Grove, Pennsylvania.
Who do you choose?
We would like to alliance with our good friends 77935G, the Aerial Avengers.
77935G, the Aerial Avengers, also from Avon Grove High School in West Grove, Pennsylvania.
Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
They accept. Our first alliance is made.
Our second alliance is Team 2727A.
2727A, the Chichester Iron Eagles from Chichester Senior High School in Boothwyn, Pennsylvania.
Who do you choose?
All right, in the 2024 aerial drone competition, the Iron Eagle selects 2727B, the Chichester Mavericks.
2727B, the Chichester Mavericks from Chichester Senior High School in Boothwyn, Pennsylvania.
Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
Alliance number 3 is Team 2632J.
2632J is Just Keep Flying from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Who do you choose?
We'd like to invite 988A.
98888A, Country Drones Take Me Home from Brook High School in Wellsburg, West Virginia.
Do you accept or decline? We accept. Alliance number 4 is Team 61736J.
61736J, Arsonists from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Who do you choose?
Team 61736J would like to invite Team 61736G to their alliance.
61736G, the Aerial Aces, also from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Do you accept or decline?
We graciously accept Team 61736J's invitation.
Alliance number 5 is 3619A.
3619A, the Piggy Pilot Society from Charlottesville High in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Who do you choose?
We'd like to invite Team 41701 Alpha to join our alliance.
41701 Alpha, PCCHS Red Barons from Perry County Central High School in Hazard, Kentucky.
Do you accept or decline?
I decline.
All right, we have our first decline. That's part of the strategy.
Who
And
is your second
3619A will be making a second selection.
We'd like to invite Team 61736 November.
61736N, that's Galaxy Drones from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Do you accept or decline?
We graciously decline.
All right, another decline here. We're going to keep on moving. More selections to be made.
We'd like to invite Team 2727 Charlie to join our alliance.
2727 Team 2727C, the Chichester Chi Flyers from Chichester Senior High School in Boothwyn, Pennsylvania.
Do you accept or decline?
We humbly decline.
All right. On to the next selection.
Who do you choose?
We'd like to invite Team 61736 Uniform.
Team 61736U, the Sky Strikers from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Do you accept or decline?
We graciously Decline.
All right, one more. And just a reminder, folks, this is all part of the strategy. None of these teams can pick each other now.
Okay, who do you choose?
We'd like to invite Team 3619 Bravo.
Team 3619B, the Flying Pigs from Charlottesville High in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Accept or decline?
We finally accept.
Congratulations. For Alliance number 6, we have Team 41701A.
41701A, the PCCHS Red Barons from Perry County Central High School in Hazard, Kentucky.
Who do you choose?
51401R Winged Warriors.
Team 51401R, the Winged Warriors of Riverside High School in Bell, West Virginia.
Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
They accept. Alliance number 7, we have Team 61736N.
61736N, the Galaxy Drones from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Who do you choose?
Wait, I have a question. Wait, what's... I don't know what their number is, but I think it's B. Which B? 61736B. We graciously invite 61736B Queen Team.
Team 61736E, the Queen Team from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Do you accept or decline?
We graciously accept.
Alliance number 8, 2727C.
2727C is the Chichester Chi Flyers from Chichester Senior High School in Boothwyn, Pennsylvania.
Who do you choose?
We would like to invite 22192A.
Team 22192A Aries from Woodbridge High School in Woodbridge, Virginia.
Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
We are down to our final 2 alliances. Alliance 9, 61736U.
61736U, the Sky Strikers from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Who do you choose?
We graciously choose Team 61736T, the Tech Titans.
61736T, the Tech Titans from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey.
Do you accept or decline?
We graciously accept.
For our final alliance, we have Team 1476A.
Team 1476A, the Flying Spartacles from East Longmeadow High of East Longmeadow, Massachusetts.
We pick Team 1476C, the Flying Spartacles C.
Team 1476C, the Flying Spartacles C, also from East Longmeadow High in East Longmeadow, Massachusetts.
Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
And there we have it, 10 alliances formed. And we're going to begin our first finals match at 3:25. 3:25. We'll be right back. All right, teams. It's almost time. Teams for our first three quarterfinals matches. Please approach your field. It is 3:23. We want to begin promptly at 3:25.
So, Drones fans, here's what's happening. These teams will all 10 do a round. And at the end of that round, and we'll tell you the scores between each team competing, but at the end of the round, the teams with the top 4 scores are going on. The bottom 6 alliances will be finished. Then those 4 teams who have moved on will each do a whole round. And from those scores, the top 2 alliances will go on. And then those top 2 alliances will do one more round to decide the winner.
For our first quarterfinal on the Fairmont State Field, we have 1476A, the Flying Spartacles from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts, teamed up with Team 1476C, the Flying Spartacles C, also from East Longmeadow, Massachusetts. We've got thumbs up from both our pilots ready to go, so we're gonna fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both of our drones are up in the air simultaneously. Our red drone over into the front of the field, working on those blue chambers, while our blue drone working on those pillars in the back. They've already got 2 done. There's the third. They've got that final one. And they've got all 4 knocked off with all 4 pillars up. That'll give their team 32 points. They are still above 1 minute as they move towards the front of the field to work on those red chambers. Red drone completing and clearing all blue-sided chambers as they work on that center chamber. Looks like the blue drone just has that third and final chamber over on the red side as they reach that 46-second mark. They've got all 7 chambers cleared. Red moving that roller out of the way. Looks like they're going to go ahead and move over to the blackout curtain with 35 seconds, waiting to get their eclipse. As they hear that chime, red already with the partial, blue also with the partial. Working with those visual observers, both to get through that green keyhole gate. Blue coming out way wide, but coming back in quickly for both drones to complete a total eclipse. 10 seconds left. As both drones land on the bullseye, they have 5 seconds left. Looks like they're going to stay there. That should be a very good score for these 2 teams. Scores are already in for that first match. We've got a score of 147, so a good way to start off those quarterfinals.
That bar has been set high. 147 points is great. Here on the A3L Federal Works field, our next matchup between the Sky Strikers from Edison, New Jersey, and the Tech Titans, also from Edison, New Jersey, is up and ready. Visual observers, are you ready? Pilots, are you ready? Co-pilots, judges, 3, 2, 1, go for elimination match. Sky Strikers moving in, touching 1, 2, 3, 4 of the tower balls for 32 points. Tech Titans already cleared 2 chambers. Sky Stripers moving in. Good communication there between the visual observers, directing the pilots and co-pilots. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. $35 points. It's a perfect match so far with 33 seconds left. Now they've moved on to the eclipses. Both teams through the keyholes. Both teams with total eclipses. 10 seconds remaining for the landings. Bullseye. Bullseye for both teams. I said the bar was set high. We'll look at this score here, because both teams have created full eclipses. Both teams cleared out all the chambers. Both teams made great landings. And the score, 147. We have two alliances, both with 147.
And our next alliance up trying to meet or beat that mark, 2727C, the Chichester Chi Flyers from Boothwyn, Pennsylvania. Their partners, 22192A Aries from Woodbridge, Virginia. Our pilots are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Chi Flyers taking their red drone to the center of the field, beginning to clear out the chambers. Aries working on the pillars in the back. They've scored 2 very quickly here. Now 3, all 4 in under 15 seconds. Now they're coming back to the front side, joining the Chi Flyers, who have cleared out 1, almost 2 of the 7 chambers. 65 seconds left. 3 chambers cleared, 2 more nearly so. And the other 2, well, I'm sure they're going to make short work of them. 48 seconds. The last few game pieces clearing out of the chambers, and the Chi Flyers, they've set up access to the blue goal. With as high scoring as these matches have been so far, those 3 extra points could make the difference. 30 seconds now. The Eclipse path is open, and the Chi Flyers move through first. They're through the first gate, lining up for the second. Aries coming in right after. Both of them just a little bit wide on that second gate, realigning with help from their visual observers. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. Aries trying to line up with that gate. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Scores are in. 75 for Chichester Chi Flyers, and Aries still holding on to that number 3 position.
We're back over onto the Fairmont State University field, where we have team 61736N, the Galaxy Drones from Edison, New Jersey, teamed up with 61736E, the Queen team, also from Edison, New Jersey. Both our teams are ready to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like our Red Alliance is going to go ahead and go towards the front of the field, while our Blue Alliance working on those pillars in the back. Red trying to get low enough so that they can clear those balls out of those chambers on that blue side. Looks like our blue drone has 1 knocked off of those pillars. The second one, now the third one. Looks like they found their groove. They've got 4 for 4, but all those pillars standing, they'll get the full 32 points as they move towards the front of the field to start working on those red chambers. Our Red Alliance drone looks like they've got 2 of the 3 chambers cleared out on that blue side as they reach that 45-second mark. Looks like they've got just 1 more left to clear before they move over to that center part. Accidentally blowing a few more up into that chamber. They'll have to get those out if they want to keep that 5 points for that chamber. As they hear that buzzard letting them know they can start working on that eclipse. Looks like they may have cleared out all 7 chambers, so they'll get the full 35 points. We've got red and blue, both at least with partials, listening to their visual observers, trying to get through that green keyhole gate as they reach 10 seconds. Looks like blue's going to be happy with the partial. They're going to go ahead and land over on their blue landing pad. Red, looks like they got the total. And they crash land on the red cube.
Using every bit of that clock. Oh, 90 seconds. Great job from those teams. When people always ask about drones, I say, well, we're really not racing, but we're not lollygagging either. We're using every bit of that clock.
And we have scores for that last match, 112 for Galaxy Drones and Queen Team. Congratulations.
And next up on the elimination matches, PCCHS Red Barons and Winged Warriors. We have Perry County High School and Riverside High School together. They're looking to beat 147. Visual observers are ready. Pilots are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! Riverside has all 4 of the towers cleared in 19 seconds. Then they move on to the chambers. Perry County High School got 3 of their chambers. They've got 1 of the rollers moved already. They're taking their time, being very deliberate. Keep the balls together, keep the balls moving in the right direction, not dividing that stack of balls. Perry County sliding several balls across the back there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into the 1-point score zone. 30 seconds, and the end game is in play. They're allowed to fly their eclipses now. All 7 chambers for 35 points. All 4 towers for 32. Visual observers working together to get them through the keyholes. Double eclipse. Double bullseye with 3 seconds remaining. That's going to be a new high score for the eliminations. Put your hands together for the Red Barons and the Winged Warriors. 152!
And next up on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V Facility Field, the Piggy Pilot Society and the Flying Pigs from Charlottesville, Virginia. They're ready to fly. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Piggy Pilot Society heads to the chambers first. The Flying Pigs hovering over the pillars. They drop to the ground and knock 1 down. That's a full 8 points there. And they recover back on their wings, lining up over the second, while their partners, Piggy Pilot Society, They're getting these chambers aligned so that they can score them quickly. They've already emptied out the center. No, it looks like there's one ball still in there. It's just a very dark blue. 1 minute remaining, and the fourth pillar tumbles. 3 of them still scored 8 points apiece. The pilots talking out their strategy, planning out how they're going to adjust. 45 seconds left. Both drones now focusing on the blue game pieces on the right-hand side. They've got 3 chambers cleared now, and the Flying Pigs head over to the red side with 30 seconds left. Flying Pigs head to the Eclipse path first. They go through the first gate and slide almost through the second. They're going to reset their positioning here and try again. Piggy Pilot Society coming in right next to them. 12 seconds left. 1 drone through that second gate. They're going to complete the path. 5 seconds. Both drones going to park. 3, 2, 1. And scores are in 79 for the Flying Pigs and Piggy Pilot Society.
For our next match, quarterfinal matches 7, we've got 61736J, the Arsonist from Edison, New Jersey, teamed up with 61736G, Aerial Aces, also from Edison, New Jersey. We've got a thumbs up ready to go. Pilots in 3, 2, 1, fly. We've got our blue drone headed to the back of the field with the red drone in the front. They've already moved that roller out of the way, getting ready to prepare to move some of those balls over into that goal area. They've already got one of those chambers cleared over onto the blue side. Our blue drone in the back. They've got 1 pillar cleared, still standing, working on the second. And they've cleared it. Just 2 more left to go as our red drone in the front has 2 chambers cleared. Our blue drone, that 4th and final pillar, teetering just a little bit, it manages to stay standing. They move up to the front to start helping clear those chambers. As in the front, it looks like we've got maybe 1 or 2 of those balls on the blue goal scored. They're going to score a couple more in there as we reach 43 seconds. Red going ahead and clearing out that center chamber, all 24 balls completely out as the blue drone finishes up on that red side. Our red drone with 30 seconds lying in wait. They get their partial. Blue headed that way as well. Red already through the green keyhole gate. They're going to go ahead and work on that total. And there they have it. They've got the total eclipse. They're making their way with 13 seconds left on the clock to their landing pad. Blue still trying to get through that keyhole gate as they've got 6 seconds left. They're going to be happy with that partial. They're headed over to their landing pad as well with 1 second left. It was close. Don't know if they made it to the landing pad in time.
Wow, Stephanie, I'm not even sure if I should blink. It's just so much excitement, and there's like, you just can't look away.
Well, definitely all of these teams have had a very interesting take and very interesting strategies throughout the day. Some have paid off, some have not, but it's definitely been fun watching them today.
Think about what it takes just to get here. All season long, starting in November, coming through, and then being invited to the Dragonfly. All the eliminations.
Yep, and they certainly make it look easy. And here we are with our scores for match 7. We have 123 going to the Arsonists and Aerial Aces. Congratulations.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our next two teams from West Virginia. Just Keep Flying from Morgantown, West Virginia. And Country Drones Take Me Home from Wellsburg, West Virginia. Co-pilots and visual observers ready. Pilots ready. Judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! Just Keep Flying is taking off for the towers. 8 points each. Take Me Home Country Drones working on the chambers on the red side. You can tip a tower. It can be tipsy. You just can't knock it over. They get all of those for 32 points. Something tells me these guys, being from West Virginia, have competed against each other all year. They've competed with each other all year. In this teamwork matchup, they have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all 7 of the chambers clear. Looking at the roller there with the thingy thing and doing the thing. They're going to go ahead and put 2 balls in there. Country Drones Take Me Home has got 2 of those in. They're going to go through the partial eclipse, making the total eclipse look easy. 11 seconds to land it. They've practiced taking off and landing like that all year long, and they made it look great. $149 for Just Keep Flying and Country Drones Take Me Home.
And we're back on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV and D facility field. We've got 2 teams from Chichester Senior High School in Boothwyn, Pennsylvania, the Iron Eagles and the Mavericks. Our pilots are ready. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Iron Eagles heading to pillars. Mavericks working on clearing out chambers early. The first pillar scored by the Iron Eagles. They found just the right position to hit that ball with their prop wash. And there goes the third. In the meantime, the Mavericks have cleared out 1 chamber, just 1 ball away from the second, and only a couple more for the third. The 1-minute mark, all 4 pillars have been scored. These pilots working together closely to clear out the last of the chambers. They're 1 ball away from their 6th, and plenty of time here to get number 7. Iron Eagles lifting up into the air to head towards the eclipse path, while the Mavericks finish clearing out those chambers. All 7 empty now, and the visual observers have taken over, motioning to their pilots to get them through the gates. They go through both. A little spin move by the Iron Eagles gets them past. Now both drones corkscrewing around the gates to finish their eclipses. Just over 5 seconds remaining, going for that bullseye. 3, 2, 1, and I think they might have made it. Here's our score. It's 147.
So I believe that's 3 teams with 147, correct?
That's correct. This is our 3rd score of 147.
All right, so for quarterfinal matches, number 10 We have teams 77935D, Bill and the Boys from West Grove, Pennsylvania, teamed up with 77935G, Aerial Avengers, also from West Grove, Pennsylvania.
No pressure. None.
Looks like we may be having just a little bit of trouble with our drone. I don't think this would be the time that I would want to have trouble with my drone.
No tension in the air. Quit holding your breath.
Looks like they may have it fixed. This is that team we saw earlier today. They like to fly very close to the wire. So let's see how it works. As we got a thumbs up, we're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, fly. And they do make it up underneath that wire close to those pillars. They're hovering over that first one. They managed to blow it off of that pillar without knocking it over as their teammate, the red drone up in the front. They've got 2 of the 3 chambers cleared over on the red side, and they just cleared the entire red side as they move on to that center chamber, clearing all 24 out before we even get to 1 minute. Looks like we had a dangerous teeter with that final 4th pillar, but they managed to keep it upright. They're going to get that full 32 points there. They've moved up to the front to go help their alliance partner out as we reach 50 seconds on the clock. Looks like we've accidentally blown a couple back up into those chambers, but they quickly fixed that situation. They may want to double check and look in that 3rd chamber over on that blue side. Looks like they went over there and quickly fixed it. As we get to 30 seconds left on the clock, all 7 chambers are cleared as the red drone already has their partial. Blue drone also has their partial, working on that green keyhole gate. Red coming dangerously close to the bottom, slamming into it, but they're still in flight. We've got blue with the total as we reach 10 seconds. Red still trying to get that total eclipse as they are getting caught on that green keyhole as we get to 3 seconds left. I don't think they're going to make it, and they drop out of the sky as the blue drone is on their landing pad.
And our number 1 seeded team, Bill and the Boys, shaking their heads.
And those scores for match 114 go to the Bill and the Boys and Aerial Avengers. Congratulations to those 2 teams.
All right, folks, as we move into the semifinals, we have an unprecedented situation on our hands. Luckily, tournament managers equipped to handle it. Our top 2 teams in the quarterfinals had scores of 152 and 149. And then we had a 3-way tie with 147 points. So instead of worrying about which 2 advance and who misses out, all 3 of them move on to the semifinals.
Great call, but that'll make this round just a little bit harder for these teams. A little more competition vying for those last 2 alliances.
ready for semifinals match number 1. We have teams 1476A, the Flying Spartacles, and 1476C, the Flying Spartacles C, set up and ready to go on Fairmont State University field. We've got thumbs up from both our pilots, so we're going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. Both our drones up in the air simultaneously. Our red drone is up in the front of the field. They're going to work on those chambers on that blue side. Our blue drone is in the back. They drop out of the sky right before they're able to clear any of those pillars, but they're back up in the air pretty quickly. Looks like they've got their first pillar cleared, working on their second. They've got 2 more left to clear. There's that third one. And they've got 1 more. Let's see if they can keep it standing, and they do as they make their way to the front of the field to help their alliance partner out. They've got almost all 3 of those blue chambers cleared as the blue drone starts working on those red chambers. Looks like we've got 3 cleared. Red moving that roller out of the way. Let's see if they can get any of those balls into that blue goal. As we reach 40 seconds, looks like we've got a couple into that blue goal. That's going to get them a couple extra points. Blue still trying to clear that red chamber as we get close to that 30-second chime. Let's see what they do as red goes ahead and clears out those 24 balls out of that center chamber. Blue gets their partial. Red gets their partial. Blue comes out pretty wide, but they make their way back into the field to get their total clips. Red also coming back around under the red over the blue. They also have their total with 5 seconds left. Both drones on the landing pad in the bullseye for both of them.
Truly impressive. They've got the skill and the patience to put those 2 extra 1-point balls in there and get everything else done. Pardon me, 3 1-point balls.
And our scores for the first semifinals, 150 points for the Flying Spartacles duo.
Up and up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Sky Strikers and the Tech Titans. Sky Strikers and Tech Titans are ready. Judges are ready. 3, 2, 1, go! As they take to the air, they've split up and gone in different directions. The Sky Strikers over here at the towers, making sure that they're keeping their elevation up, not to go too low, not to tip that tower too much. We don't want those towers falling over because they're 8 points each. They can tip, they just can't fall. And they got 32. Meanwhile, back on the front side of the field, the Tech Titans have cleared 1, 2, 3 chambers, working on their 4th chamber. They put a red one back in that chamber there, but they're going to work on the roller. And blue balls over to the blue 1-point goal. One, 2, 3, 4 blue ones in that 1-point chamber. And the game is open. Visual observers directing traffic, getting them through the green keyhole. Blue got the total eclipse. Now the Sky Strikers working on getting through that keyhole. They're underneath the curtain. Not impossible to get out of, but time's going to run out on them. Round 2. Only 4 bouncing from this round. The gasps for air. Their hands on their head. Let's see what the judges come back with for the score. You know, the teams are counting these up too as the judges count them up. The teams are verifying those because the teams, once they get to that point, they know the score, know how to count score. That's when things really start clicking for these teams, and they really understand the game. They understand the value of each object and the game strategy and what you're going to prioritize on. 106 for Sky Strikers and Tech Titans from Edison, New Jersey.
And we're back on the NASA Katherine Johnson IV&V field. Semifinal number 3. The teams from Chichester, the Iron Eagles and Mavericks, they're ready to fly. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. The Mavericks heading to the chambers once again. Before moving any of the balls out of the chamber, though, they set up the red roller so that they have access to that goal. Their partners, the Iron Eagles, in the back right corner. They've cleared off 3, all 4 pillars scored. 65 seconds. Game pieces flowing through the chambers towards the front of the field. The Mavericks have set up a bevy of game pieces to roll across into the red zone. They're going to go back to clear out the chambers. Iron Eagles doing the same on the right-hand side. 45 seconds, plenty of time left for these teams. All the blue chambers emptied out, all the red as well. Mavericks going to score on the left-hand side into that red goal. It looks like they've got at least 3 in there, while the Iron Eagles cleared out the central chamber. All 7 of them are empty, and teams now navigating the Eclipse path. Mavericks make it through, spinning their way past the gate. Iron Eagles coming back to try again. 15 seconds on the clock. Visual observers giving them directions. And they push through. Under 10 seconds now. Mavericks going to park. Iron Eagles, they bounce off of the arch gate as time expires. Scores are in. 116. 116, the mark to beat.
Okay, back onto the Fairmont State University field for semifinals number 4. We had Just Keep Flying and Country Drones Take Me Home. We've got thumbs up for all of our teams. Our pilots are ready to go in 3, 2, 1, fly. Both of our drones up into the air. Our red drone taking the back of the field while our blue drone covers the front, working on those red chambers. Red drone in the back, already clearing 2 of those pillars, left them standing. Working on that last pillar, having a little bit of trouble with it. Let's see if they can hit it and keep it standing, and they do, so they're going to get the full 32 points as they make their way to the front of the field to start helping out their alliance with that blue chamber. Looks like the blue drone has already cleared both the 3 red chambers and that center chamber, all before the 50-second mark. Red Alliance almost clearing that 3rd and final chamber. Blue moving the roller out of the way, working on pushing some of those balls into that red goal area. Looks like they've got quite a few in there. That'll be a couple extra points for that team. As they reach 35 seconds, we've got all 7 chambers cleared. Our red drone coming over, ready to go. They've already got that partial eclipse. They're already through the green keyhole gate. Blue making their way over as red gets the total eclipse. Blue's already through the green keyhole gate as well. They're at 15 seconds. They also have a total eclipse. Red's already over on the landing pad. Blue's got 10 seconds left. They're going to readjust. Looks like both are in the bullseye with 5 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if this is a new high score for today. And look at what we have, 154 for Just Keep Flying, and Country Drones Take Me Home. Congratulations.
West Virginia matchup right there. Here comes another Appalachian matchup with the Kentucky West Virginia team. Let's hear it for PCCHS Red Barons and Winged Warriors. Not sure if they like it or not, if they've ended up on my field again, but here they are in the center field, the A3L Federal Works field. The visual observers ready, the pilots ready, judges ready. 3, 2, 1, go fly! Technical difficulties over here as Riverside making sure that they're not landing right on top of that ball. They saw earlier today that a drop right on top of the ball is a potential for a flip upside down and a shutdown of motors, but they get all 32 points from that, and they head over to the chambers. Meanwhile, from Hazard, Kentucky, the team of Perry County, they are moving all their balls out of the chambers. They move the roller forward, getting that ready for the 1-point scores. And now they're going to try the thingy thing, as we affectionately call it, the thingy thing at the very end. And we knew all season long that would become crucial when it comes down to the best of the best teams. These teams are the best of the best teams. And look at all those balls in the 1-point goal. Good communication there. They've communicated about those chambers and being done. Now the visual observers are bringing them almost effortlessly through the green keyhole. They come close to each other there as they finish the eclipse, and they go in for the landing. Oh my gosh, what a great recovery. They get it back up off the ground and into the 5-point scoring landing. Those 5, I want to call them bonus balls, but they're not bonus balls. That will help make up for the difference in that bullseye landing and the non-bullseye. But remember, in this round, we're going from 5 down to 2. That's 3 teams eliminated in this round. And the scores are in 142 for the Red Barons and Winged Warriors.
And now only 2 alliances remain. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to invite our first finals match to the A3L Federal Works field. We're going to play both final matches center stage.
For finals number 1 in the center field, the A3 Federal Works field, we have our Flying Spartacles duo, teams 1476A and 1476C, ready to go. They are getting their drones set up. They are making those final tests. We have a thumbs up from our head referee, so we are going to fly in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got our red drone covering the front of the field while our blue drone takes those pillars in the back. Our red drone already clearing that first chamber on the front. Blue still trying to clear that first ball. They finally did it. They've left that pillar standing. They gently nudged that second pillar. They nudged that third pillar. It teeters. The fourth one teeters, but they managed to keep all 4 standing as they move to the front of the field and start working on those red chambers. Our red drone has one last blue chamber left to clear. Our blue chamber still working on that first one over there on the red. Looks like they've got 1, 2 more left to blow into that middle chamber, and they've got that first one for the red side cleared. Our red drone moving that roller out of the way, pushing some of those balls over into the blue goal. Looks like we've got about 4 or 5 into that goal. They're trying to angle a couple more into there, getting a couple extra points. We've still got a couple chambers left, but they've got that chime, so they want to go ahead and go for that eclipse, which are much higher points. Both have the partial for 5 points apiece. Let's see if they can get the big 25 by going for those total eclipses. Red's done it. Blue's done it. Both of them going ahead and clearing the rest of those chambers as they have 6 seconds left. Red landing in the bullseye. Blue, 2 seconds left. Looks like they made it on the landing pad. It's pretty close. It'll be up to our head referee as to whether they have a bullseye. Looks like for the blue drone, it was pretty close. I think I saw him shake his head no, so it doesn't look like they've got the bullseye. But we'll see what their scores are here in just a moment. And here are their scores. They have 132 for the Flying Spartacle Duo team.
And then there were 2. We know the score that it takes to beat. And this team right here has it in their hands, whether they surpass or fall short.
Finalizing their setup for our final match of the season. We have 2632J Just Keep Flying from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia. Their partners, 98888A Country Drones Take Me Home from Brook High School in Wellsburg, West Virginia. Teams are ready, referees are ready. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, liftoff. Just Keep Flying, heading to the pillars. Country Drones on the chambers. Both pilots taking their time with their alignment. I want a clean match here. 2 pillars scored. There's number 3. And they get the 4th. Now both drones heading to the front of the field. 2 chambers empty on the red side already by Country Drones. Just Keep Flying. 1 ball away from adding a 3rd. They're going to swoop back in and clear it. 55 seconds. Both drones working their way to the front of the field. 3 chambers cleared on the red side, 2 on blue, and the center chamber emptying out now. 40 seconds left. Co-pilots calling out the time counts to their pilots. All 7 chambers are clear, waiting on the chime. Just Keep Flying comes through first. They make it through the second keyhole gate. Country Drones waiting for them to clear the space so there's no interference. 20 seconds. Just Keep Flying completes their eclipse Country Drones following in behind, both going for a landing here with 10 seconds remaining. Just keep flying, looking for another adjustment. Left, 2, 1. Scores are in. 147. We have our aerial drone competition Northeast champions. Congratulations to all of our teams. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our award ceremony.
And good evening, everyone. What an amazing tournament it has been. Congratulations to all the teams that have been here today. So I have good news. We are finishing way ahead of schedule. So one of the guests that was unable to make it here in person but really wishes he could have was our own Senator Joe Manchin. He sent us a letter, though, he asked me to read on his behalf. On behalf of the citizens of the Mountain State and as your United States Senator, it's my distinct honor to join you for the REC Foundation Aerial Drone Competition Northeast Regional Championship. As the leaders of tomorrow, our young people will help to shape our state for generations to come. They are an integral part of West Virginia's story. This competition is a wonderful opportunity for them to showcase the knowledge and talent they've developed as they explore the exciting world of aerial drone flying. But this isn't solely a competition. This event is a practical use and readily available. This event is a learning experience too. I'm proud to see innovative and educational STEM activities put to practical use and readily available for our young people. The ingenuity, creativity, and dedication required to participate in this competition can be extremely helpful later in life. It is up to the next generation of students to truly explore the potential that exists for these new and emerging technologies. By continuing to encourage young people to participate in competitions like these, we can inspire students to retain enthusiasm for learning throughout life because it will undoubtedly serve them well. To the students involved in the competition and all of you who have worked very hard to be here, keep up the terrific work. You are helping to establish a bright future for yourselves and everyone in West Virginia. Please accept my best wishes for a wonderful event. With warmest regards, Joe Manchin. And I invite you to now join me in reliving the experience you've had for the past 2 days with a commemorative video that our own NASA IVNV Mike Asbury has put together for you. Give him a hand. Thank you, Mike. That was a wonderful, quick remembrance of the excitement that we had in the last 2 days. We, of course, want to thank all of those who have made this event possible. Thank you to Fairmont State University for hosting us and having us here on campus. Thank you to the NASA IV&V facility for their support of our program. The NASA Robotics Alliance Project has provided all the resources that we use to run these amazing tournaments. A3L Federal Works is our largest sponsor and donor, and they're allowed to allow us to provide many of the activities that you see throughout the year. I especially want to call out a few folks who are the key volunteers. Let's put it together for John Holbrook, our head referee. Big thank you to Autumn Gladera, our head of our skills fields. And finally, thank you to all of those who did the scoring, the field resetting, all the judges who helped interview the teams and evaluate your logbooks. Big round to all of those volunteers in front of you today. And I will tell you that after 14 years of hosting and running these events, this is the first time we've had 4 different people from the REC Foundation come to our event and celebrate with us. Please put together for Luann, the coordinator for aerial drones.
Oh my God. I have to tell you, I am so proud of all of you because when they started showing the volunteers up on the screen, you guys all cheered and applauded, which meant you recognized how hard every single one of these volunteers work. So thank you. Thank you very much for cheering on our volunteers because we could not do it without them. And I am so proud of every single one of you. Who are my seniors in the room? Stand up. If you're a senior, stand up. This is a bittersweet moment for many of these students. They're embarking on a new journey, but this is their last aerial drone competition championship. I hope that all of our seniors were able to join our alumni association, and I hope you will come back and volunteer and be part of our organization moving forward. So I thank you guys for doing that. So I have one announcement. I just want to let you know that, hey, you know what? Mission 2024 is kind of wrapping up, but Mission 2025 is coming around the corner. Who wants a hint on what the next game will be? All right, ready? You guys got to keep this all secret. You'll be flying under arch gates, through arch gates, landing on landing pads, and there might be a game object that has holes in it. Ah! I tried. All right, registration is open, and we will be announcing the Mission 2025 game in September, and you guys will be able to join us then. I have a favor to ask. So my mom is in New York, and she thinks I do this little drone thing. She's like, she has no idea, like, what I do. She's like, yep, my daughter runs this drone program. So I have somebody up there on the track up there. I'd like to get, like, a big group photo. So if everybody could, like, stand up and wave to Shelly up there. I just want to get, like, a big, like, let's show how big is this place and how exciting is it be. All right, thank you very much, guys. I greatly appreciate that, and I can prove to my mom that I actually do work. All right, who is ready for some awards? All right, so when we call out your team, you're going to be coming over that direction, start down at that end. You're going to give high fives to all these amazing volunteers down here, and we'll give you trophies and maybe a banner. I am going to pass it over to Ryan.
Thanks, Luann. The Judges Award recognizes a team that the judges felt were deserving of special recognition. The Middle School Judges Award is presented to Team 69838A Aerial Wolves Alpha from Lake Ridge Middle School in Woodbridge, Virginia. The High School Judges Award is presented to Team 13289A, number 5 from Grubots.com in Manalapan, New Jersey. The Inspire Award recognizes a team that shares their experiences, enthusiasm, and knowledge with others in the aerial drone competition community. The Middle School Inspire Award is presented to Team 2632P When Pigs Fly from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia. The High School Inspire Award is presented to Team 51401R, the Winged Warriors of Riverside High School in Bell, West Virginia. The Think Award recognizes the team with the most effective and consistent use of coding techniques and programming design solutions in autonomous flight. The Middle School Think Award is presented to Team 2632H Hermes from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia. The High School Think Award is presented to Team 61736G Aerial Aces from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey. The Flight Operations Award recognizes a team with an organized, systematic, and professional approach to planning and strategizing, project and time management, and team organization. The Middle School Flight Operations Award is presented to Team 69838C Aerial Wolves Charlie from Lake Ridge Middle School in Woodbridge, Virginia. And the High School Flight Operations Award is presented to Team 6666C Aerial Arson from Capital City Robotics in Washington, D.C. The Drone Skills Awards are awarded to the teams that have earned the highest combined piloting and autonomous flight skills scores. The Middle School Drone Skills Third Place Award is presented to Team 61736E Queen Team from Kaboom Robotics in Edison, New Jersey. The High School Drone Skills Third Place Award is presented to Team 22192A Aries from Woodbridge High School in Woodbridge, Virginia. The Middle School Drone Skills Second Place Award is presented to Team 2632F Flight Club from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia. The High School Drone Skills Second Place Award is presented to Team 3619A Piggy Pilot Society from Charlottesville High in Charlottesville, Virginia. The Middle School Drone Skills Champion Award is presented to Team 2632J, Just Keep Flying, from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia. The High School Drone Skills Champion Award is presented to Team 3619C Prop Chop from Charlottesville High in Charlottesville, Virginia. The Teamwork Second Place Award is given to the two-team alliance who finished in second place after finals matches. The Teamwork Second Place Award is presented to teams 1476A, the Flying Spartacles, and 1476C, the Flying Spartacles C, from East Longmeadow High in East Longmeadow, Massachusetts. The Teamwork Champion Award is presented to the two-team alliance who finished in first place in our finals matches. The Teamwork Champion Award is presented to teams 2632J, Just Keep Flying, from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia, and their partners, Team 98888A, Country Drones Take Me Home, from Brook High School in Wellsburg, West Virginia. The Excellence Award is awarded to the team that exhibits overall excellence in both judged awards and performance categories. The Middle School Excellence Award is presented to Team 2632J, Just Keep Flying, from South Middle School in Morgantown, West Virginia. And finally, the High School Excellence Award is presented to Team 77935D, Bill and the boys from Avon Grove High School in West Grove, Pennsylvania. Congratulations again to all of our teams for an incredible season and an incredible event. We hope to see you again here next year. Travel safe and good night.
Teams, on your way out the door, a drone has been turned into us. If Team 6666C could please come up front and get their drone. We have your drone up front.
Any volunteers willing to help us for a little bit, please meet at the pit administration in Gym 2. If you're willing to help pack some canopies and power supplies up, go to the pit admin in Gym 2. Thank you for your support.